ibTV presents live from St. Charles, Missouri. It's the Lindenwood Lions Classic, the collegiate bowling event, presented by Brunswick. Hello, everyone, again, and welcome inside the booth, InsideBowling.com television. Emil Williams Jr. here with you, along with Daniel Farish and our producer this morning, this afternoon, and already doing a fine job, Mr. Matt Turek. Again, this is the 4th annual Lindenwood Lions Classic, live from St. Charles, Missouri. St. Charles Lanes, to be exact, the quote-unquote home of the Lindenwood Lions.
Yes, sir.
If you will. You got a couple of former Lion bowlers in the booth here with you, and pleased to be here with you again, Emil Williams Jr., Daniel Farish, and alongside Mr. Matt Turek. We've got an interesting format. This is day number 2 of competition. Day number 1 featured 6 games, including 6-team games and a Baker game as well. We had some high scores, including a 300 to 289, which we will get into. But right now, we'll talk a little bit about the format and brief you on what took place yesterday. And for that information, of course, we'll turn to Mr. Daniel Farish. And Daniel, we mentioned the unique format.
Oh, yeah.
6-team games, a Baker game, and then some play-in action today.
Yeah, it's one of the most unique formats that I've ever seen for a college tournament, and it takes being here and watching the tournament unfold to actually understand it, to be brutally honest, but we'll do our best to explain it to you. Yesterday, everybody bowled 5 games. Each team would get 30 bonus pins for beating the team on their pair. Following each team game, the teams would then bowl 1 Baker game. You would get 30 more bonus pins if you won that Baker game. So there were 60 bonus pins for each round of bowling. They bowled 5 games. Each game had a Baker game following. At that point, they reseeded for a position round. They bowled a position round in Game 6. There was no Baker game following Game 6, so if you won Game 6, you actually got 60 bonus points. So there was 360 bonus pins possible for each team to get yesterday.
Daniel's, I've known him personally for quite some time. He's a numbers guy, so I'm sure all of that information definitely did him a wonderful favor there. We appreciate the University of Illinois turning in some roster sheets for us or some match play lineups as well. In front of us, our featured pairs actually will be 15 and 16 on the right, of course, and lanes 9 and 10. And then also, of course, 11 and 12, 13 and 14 will also get some action here on InsideBowling.com. This is not the only competition going on across the lanes here at the center at St. Charles Lanes. We've got action going from 1 through 8 as well, and also from 19 through 25, I believe. So action going on still across the bowling center, but again, directly in front of you, you will see 15 and 16, 9 and 10, and a little bit of 13 and 14, of course, and what we can get from 11 and 12.
And I put it up in the chat earlier if you haven't had a chance to check that out. Lanes 9 and 10, you've got a women's match, women's JV match, Lindenwood JV2 versus McKendree JV1. Lanes 11 and 12, a women's varsity match, Rock Valley College versus the University of Illinois. Lanes 13 and 14 is a men's varsity match, Rock Valley versus Illinois. And on lanes 15 and 16, the number 1 seed for the men, varsity, Lindenwood, taking on Central Missouri, who won their play-in match this morning. And, as we get further into the broadcast, or maybe just right now, we might as well talk about the play-ins that happened this morning. For the men's varsity, both teams pretty much cruised to a 4-0 sweep. Lindenwood University Belleville men's varsity swept SIU Edwardsville, and then Central Missouri won 4.5 to half against SIU Carbondale. You look at the women's JV play-in, McKendree JV2 beat Lindenwood University Belleville 4-1, and then on the women's varsity play-in, IU beat Missouri Baptist 4-2. There was no play-in for the men's JV.
We talked about that play-in action, and again, part of that intriguing format, which is kind of cool, actually, if you think about it. It really allows every team to kind of be in that moment, if you will. Some play-in action. If you want to keep bowling, you got to win that play-in matchup, and also rewards, of course, the teams who did bowl well yesterday and finished in those top 6 places. They got to start a little bit later on, maybe get that extra hour or 2 of sleep, which is always important to a collegiate bowler.
Yes.
And so there you have it.
Some of the highlights from this morning, I'll tell you, one of the most clutch players of the morning, haven't found out her name yet, but I'm sure as the day goes on we will. She was the anchor for the McKendree College women's JV team. 3 of the 5 games against Lindenwood Belleville, McKendree needed a mark in the 10th to win. And not only did she mark, but she struck all 3 times. And the final game, they needed a mark, and she doubles the 10th to win the game and win the match. So look for her down the road, as I'm sure they will pop up in front of us at some point today, you would think. We've got so many teams and so many matches going on. It's hard to keep track. We've got who we've got in front of us, but she's someone to keep your eye on because she was very clutch this morning. Right now, the camera is on lanes 9 and 10. Well, you can check out the JV match going on. That is Lindenwood, their JV2 squad, taking on the McKendree JV1. The Lions and the Bearcats doing battle again on lanes 9 and 10. We await a match play roster so we can give you details, of course, on what is taking place as McKendree got on the board first with a strike. This is Baker. If you're unfamiliar with the Baker style format. Getting some more rosters in here. We talked about, we talked about the unique format of this tournament, but there's also one more thing you've also got to talk about with the tournament, and that's the lane pattern, the oil pattern that's out on the lane. And today's pattern is no different than the tournament itself. It is very unique. For those of you that are knowledgeable about oil patterns, this part may bore you a little bit because I'm going to simplify it, because not everybody might know an oil pattern, know how to read a graph in a sheet, so I'll simplify it real easy. The oil pattern out there today, 37 feet long. It is very similar to the Viper PBA pattern, which is the second shortest of the PBA patterns. But what they've done, this surface here at St. Charles, the lane surface, provides a lot of friction. So you've got all these bowlers throwing hundreds of games throughout the weekend. You've got to put more oil out there to help the pattern hold up, because if you don't, the lanes get really, really dry, and a lot of these bowlers are going to have problems keeping the ball right of the head pin. So they added more oil, total volume, but they kept the distance at 37 feet. So for the educated bowlers out there, they think a 37-foot pattern, you're going to want to play further outside on the lane, closer to the first arrow. That's usually true, but when you add this much oil on this pattern, not only does it make you play a different area of the lane than you would expect, but it makes you use different equipment. You would generally, on a 37-foot pattern, want to bring something that is shiny, something that doesn't have a lot of motion, bowling ball motion on the lane, to try and control the pattern. But with that extra oil, I've seen a lot of guys and girls using surface this weekend because there's so much oil. And you'll see players as the day goes on, a lot of the men will start further outside, but they will migrate in because that pattern out there, they've got so many revs, and these balls are so strong nowadays, they have to move in because that outside gets so dry. And taking a look at 15 and 16 now. That is the Lindenwood varsity squad. And also on that pair on lane 16, Central Missouri. They just saw a nice pickup by Danny Spink, who was our all-tournament team champion for the weekend. Danny Spink for the Lindenwood Lions won the tournament. He was your, I guess you'd say, tournament champion. Runner-up was Darren Dunning from McKendree. Dan Lemige from Lindenwood. I think I pronounced that right. I've talked to Dan a couple times. Dan Lemige. Okay, I got it right. Okay. Dan Lemige was third. Kyle Sherman, standout freshman from Lindenwood, was fourth. And then Dylan Polanski from McKendree was fifth. And taking home the High JV Bowler Award was Corey Marshall from McKendree JV2. Take a look at the girls' all-tournament team. Samantha Johnson for Lindenwood got the win. She shot 289 in her fourth game. She goes front 10 and leaves a 4-pin and picks it up to shoot 289, averaging 218 on the weekend. Stephanie Scabona from McKendree was the runner-up. Amanda Green was third. She bowls for Lindenwood. And then fourth and fifth honors both taken home by McKendree bowlers, Marilyn Golick and Trista Flowers. And your High JV award for the women goes to Leanne Price, who finished 7th overall for Lindenwood JV1. Well, back on lanes 9 and 10 now. It's our fourth bowler for Lindenwood. Well, anchor bowler time. Well, this is Emily. Illinois now with the double in front of us on 13 and 14 up against Rock Valley. They're trying to take a lead here. And to win the first match, all these bowlers, these matches are best of 3. So if you can get that first win, you can get game 1. It really puts you obviously in a good position. You know, you're up 1-0. You've only got to win one more game, but it's momentum. If you can come out of the gate, you know, this early in the morning and win that first game, you feel good. You've got a good grasp on the lanes, and hopefully that will carry over. Now they will switch lanes after each game, so that does add a little bit of trickeration in there because you've been bowling on the same lane for the last half of practice and the first game. And then when you've got to switch lanes, you're going over to a lane that's been bowled on already by the other team. You're not quite sure what you're walking into.
Back on 15 and 16. Central Missouri already into the 9th frame. Lindenwood just in the 7th. And that is a solid strike. Dead in the pocket, that is Tyler Vox.
That's, you know, E, that's something that you and I talked about. As he mentioned, we are both former Lindenwood bowlers, but we are far removed from our playing days. So, you know, 3-4 years ago, we could have told you the names of every player on most of the major teams, but now we struggle to know a lot of them. We do have rosters in front of us that will make it a heck of a lot easier.
Well, I've seen Tyler actually before, watched some streaming. In the past, watched these gentlemen, of course, at Nationals as well. I also know Tyler's last name is routinely mispronounced, and I made it a note to make sure we get that correctly today.
Yeah, that's you know, one of the tricks of being in broadcasting. You've got a lot of these last names that are a little questionable, but like you said, you make a note, you know how to pronounce it, and that way you don't embarrass yourself, you don't embarrass the player, and everybody's happy. And I'm sure if we mess something up and there's a friend, a family member, a parent of said bowler in the chat, they'll turn us straight real quick.
So into the 10th frame for Central Missouri, 164 in the 9th. Their fourth bowler missed a spare.
Lindenwood 125 in the 7th, the spare. They can strike the 9th. They can make this a 1-pin match. And it looks like Danny Spink leaves a nasty little 9-pin. So right now, Central Missouri is going heads up against the #1 seed Lindenwood here in the first game.
Good spare by Central Missouri. That is Rich Morins. A strike here will give him 184. Spink makes the spare here. A strike spare situation for Lindenwood. We could have a possibility of a tie.
We're also looking at a very close match over here on the women's JV match. Lindenwood and McKendree on lanes 9 and 10. That is now a 10-pin match, assuming the spare here on lane 9. Don't want to get ahead of myself. She knocks it down. Right there, the spare on lane 9 in the 7th. Excuse me, for the 8th for McKendree was Kelly Clapper.
I'd also like to thank Mr. Phil Vida, of course, head coach for Lindenwood Lions, Randy Lightfoot, so a coach for Lindenwood, proprietor here at St. Charles Lanes, for their hospitality and inside bowling to do what we do. Also like to thank all of the coaches, all of the participants, and our helpers as well. Kyle Sherman now in the Lindenwood match on 15 and 16. Leaves the 16 on the first shot.
That's game.
So that is game. Game 1 to Central Missouri. He needed a strike there, of course, to at least guarantee, or not guarantee, I should say, this is bowling, but give them an opportunity for a tie. Or obviously the win. A double would have given them the win. Strike on the first shot in the 10th and any form of spare would have given them a tie.
Down there on 9 and 10, the women's JV match. McKendree opens up in the 9th with a washout. Lindenwood with a tricky split to try and convert. Shooting the 2-7-8. Both bowlers in the 9th came in a little behind the head pin. Obviously, McKendree missed it with the washout. And now the 4th bowler, the 9th bowler for Lindenwood, Caitlin Lachey, trying to pick up the 2-7-8. She'll get it. That's an impressive spare right there. That will give Lindenwood 15-pin advantage going into the 10th.
All matches in this round from here on out are best of 3. So they should go by fairly quickly, of course. But again, remember, this is double elimination. So obviously those who win will move on to the winners bracket. The losers will move on to the contenders bracket and still have an opportunity to take home the 4th annual Lions Classic by getting through the losers bracket.
Our other 2 featured pairs, Rock Valley has defeated Illinois in the first game. For the women, because we've got 2 Rock Valley Illinois matches in front of us. The Rock Valley women defeat the Illinois women the first game. Look back, our last featured pair, lanes 9 and 10. Lindenwood washes out in the 10th. Here you go. Lindenwood could spare the washout and get 1 pin to win. She's got to get 3 to force McKendree to strike to tie. And she gets 2. That will give the Lindenwood JV 2 team a 158 after a washout in the 10th. And now McKendree can step up in the 10th right now on lane 9 and strike to win the game. Tegan Clinton will be your anchor bowler for McKendree. She's already spared in the 10th, so she has her fill ball left.
The drama already.
You got to love it. There was a lot of it this morning, too. You know, that's something we'll cover in a little bit. Shot off her hand, looks good. Flush.
It's a solid shot there.
A 1-pin win for McKendree. Strike in the fill ball by Tegan Clinton will assure them a Game 1 victory.
That's what you bring. Of course, you got to be able to handle the pressure down there in that anchor roll, and shots like that, you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, and something you got to realize is that whether you're trying to throw a strike to shoot 239 to beat a team, or you're trying to throw a strike to shoot 159 to beat a team, the pressure is the exact same. It doesn't matter what the number on the board is.
A quality pickup right there. The old PBA washout, as it's like to call, by Illinois here on lane 14. Jeremy Kuntz. Well, the big mark early, giving Illinois a 1-pin lead here.
One thing to keep in mind, these 2 men's matches going on in front of us, the winner of each match will face each other. So the winner of Lindenwood Central Missouri will go on to face the winner of Illinois Rock Valley. So those teams not only watching the team they're bowling, and whether it's right or wrong, they may be watching the team next to them trying to figure out who they're going to bowl. Ideally, you should be more focused on your team, but sometimes it's hard to not keep your eyes from wandering around to see who you might be bowling, what are they doing. You know, well, gosh, if we beat this team, we've got to bowl this team, and so on and so forth.
Right now, of course, you see a little bit of Illinois, Rock Valley on 13 and 14. Again, our featured pair here on this side, 15 and 16, Lindenwood and Central Missouri. Lindenwood varsity down currently, trailing 1-0 to Central Missouri, who's off to a good start. They went spare double, and now in the 4th frame, Nick Uris leaves a 2-pin. Meanwhile, on lane 16, Lindenwood has gone 9 spare strike, and they have to deal with a 2-8 here in the 3rd frame from Joey Petzel, the brother of a former Lindenwood Lion here, Jenny Petzel. Jenny, if I'm not mistaken, from Lamont, Illinois, in the Chicago area. Joey as well. Fine family, met their parents several times as Joey cleans it up. And Illinois going high here, leaving the 4-7 on lane 14.
Illinois women have started off with the front 3, make that the front 4 in their Game 2 match against Rock Valley. So they've come out absolutely on fire.
Well, back to 9 and 10. McKendree just in the 2nd frame, but they've got themselves a double. Sam Friedman Here's McKendry a double. And up in the fourth frame. Again, already Lindenwood getting things done.
To Central Missouri, the men, they bowled their way in that play-in round this morning, defeating SIU Carbondale 4.5 to half. Game 4 with CMU up 3-0. They could spare a 7-pin in the 10th frame to go ahead and get the win. Missed it. That forced the tie. But the next game, Central Missouri came out and threw 6 of the first 7 in that deciding Game 5 to beat SIU Carbondale 223 to 186. And as we look now, they're trying to do the same thing to the number 1 seeded Lindenwood, as they've started off spare, double, spare, and now a 7 count in the 5th frame. Lindenwood going Dutch, as you will, spare, strike, spare, strike, spare.
So Dan Lemish will step on the approach after a missed spare from Central Missouri in the 5th frame.
You know, we mentioned that yesterday all of the teams bowled a Baker game following their team games for the first 5, so they all accrued 5 games worth of pins. For Baker, only one of the men's teams went plus in those Baker games, and that was Rock Valley. But after yesterday, Lindenwood had a 341 pin advantage following the 6 games of bowling and the 5 Baker games, so they were, you know, the favorite coming into today, but they're getting a tough run for that number 8 seed Central Missouri right now.
Dan Lemish provided a strike in the 6th frame. Dan bowling leadoff, so it'll be up to Mr. Vox to put the double on the board. And of course a strike now from Doug Sumter from Central Missouri in the 6th. Here's Vox's attempt, and he gets the high flush. The high flush carry, that's a big double for LU varsity.
Rock Valley making that 3-10 the hard way, kicking the 3 over into the 10. I guess the normal way is to, you know, knock both pins with the ball, but sometimes normalcy is boring, and you've got to make it exciting.
And there's a double again now by Central Missouri, trailing by 5. Again, holding the 1-0 lead so far here. Again, best of 3. So to stay alive here in the winner's bracket, or to move on to the winner's bracket, will he get the carry? Yes, sir. That is Joey Petzel.
Now Rock Valley with a strike in the 8th, trying to extend this lead they have over Illinois. 105 in the 7th with a strike in the 8th. Illinois is a couple frames behind, but they're looking at 2 opens through the first 5 frames in the leadoff position and then in the 5-hole. So they've got 72 in the 5th frame, looking to convert a 3-pin here in the 6th and try and make up some ground in this Rock Valley team. Rock Valley coached, you know, these former Lindenwood players are all over the place. Coached by a former Lindenwood player, Zach Hunter. He went to Rock Valley, I believe, for a couple years, transferred to LU, bowled here for a few years, and then went back, and now he's coaching back at his hometown. Illinois picks up the spare.
For Central Missouri, Preston Wangan put a 3-bagger on the board, and now Danny Spink set up Kyle Sherman beautifully with a strike in the 9th. Lindenwood on a 4-bagger. This is a big shot here, and there it is in the 9th frame from Nick Uris. So we've got ourselves a match here, a game on 15 and 16. It's
going to come down to Kyle Sherman and Rich Marins here in the 10th.
Lions up by 5. Needing the victory here to stay alive here in this opening round match here in day number 2 of competition. This is the match play portion. And this is the best game at the moment. First offering for Sherman. High flush. That's a big first one.
Rock Valley is going to open the door for Illinois here as they split the 8th.
So here we go.
He got it.
He'll answer, Mr. Rich Morins.
Now to shut out here, Kyle Sherman would go strike 6 to guarantee the win for Lindenwood. But before you get that 6, you've got to get that 10.
Probably the most important shot of the day. We'll have plenty more of those, of course, at this moment in time. It'll be Kyle Sherman. Double and 6 for the shutout. He's got the first one in the 10th. Looking for the double here. Lindenwood on a 5-bagger. Takes his time. There's a shot.
It's left. Way left.
Left, and he leaves the 6-pin.
Kyle's one of the players. I saw him, start playing the lanes. He started in yesterday. He didn't start out, and that's one of the things you can run into when you play a short pattern in and you miss left. That ball is gone. Don't ask for it to hold because it's not. Now Sherman can convert the spare for 239.
Here's a shot.
Rich can strike here and put them ahead.
From Morans. Dead flush.
Flushes it. How about that?
The southpaw.
Sherman with the spare here will give Lindenwood 39. The strike for Central Missouri will give them 45. So all Central Missouri needs is 5 pins. Make that 4 as Kyle flags the 6-pin. Like I said, whether you're striking for 150 or striking for 230, the pressure's still there.
That's the old 1-8, if you will. That's always a tough match, In Central Missouri, they've already had, of course, a feel for the lane today as Morans leaves the 7-pin. That's a 244 to 238 victory for Central Missouri. And just like that, we've got our first winner of the day.
And our first big upset of the day, we now switch over to the women's pairs. Illinois is going to win this game 2 against Rock Valley. They can strike here in the field ball for 210, defeat them 210 to 160. And then we look at lanes 9 and 10 with the women's JV match. Lindenwood with a 3-bagger. Anchor bowler gets up, misses the head pin, gets a 6 count. Now McKendree throwing at a 410 in the 8th. That will give them 163 in the 8th. So if you want to extrapolate it out, Lindenwood can go spare strike to shoot 2-0 even, and McKendree could go mark, and shoot 2-0-3. So we do have a close match here on our hands as McKendree steps up in the 9th. Can't break down the split. She's going to leave the 6-7, but it's still there. I mean, if you get 1, that gives you 172. Your anchor bowler can get up and double 9. Now this is assuming a Lindenwood spare and strike. I'm going with the max total here.
Well, first things first, as we always say. And she chops the spare.
That's going to give.
That's a tough spare.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
If you go 2 straight, you put the 1-2 back, you kick the 4 around the 7. If you try and hook at it, the ball might hook in front of the 7. I mean, there's so many stupid things that can happen shooting that. That's why when you get, about less than 7, you're looking at something that's hard to pick up. With 188, and she almost makes that split, but nonetheless, that will give McKendree 171. Anchor bowler must mark and get 8.
8-17 for a tie, 19, of course, for the win.
Again, Tegan Clinton in the last game needed a strike in the field ball to win, and she got it for that 1-pin win.
18, I beg your pardon.
So the pressure is on Tegan again. Game 3 now between Rock Valley and Illinois happening in front of us on lanes 1 and 12. Tegan here in the 10th. She flushes it.
Got the first one.
She's looking at 8 pins here and 2 shots to get the win, and McKendree JV will advance. That's McKendree JV 1 over Lindenwood JV 2.
Of course, good count here is something makeable. And it looks like the University of Illinois men now have won their opening round match.
She gets 8. She got what she needed. And that's enough.
That is enough.
Tegan yesterday had a fairly good day on the lanes. Very deserving of that anchor spot today. Yesterday she averages 182, ended up finishing 15th overall. So she had a good day on the lanes. 15th out of, looking at 73 girls bowled yesterday. So solidifying their ranking in the tournament, McKendree JV will defeat Lindenwood JV. If I can pull up my bracket here, we've got so many brackets and sheets and papers in front of us, it's hard to keep track. Here we go, women's JV. McKendree JV won. They will go on to face the winner of a match going on lanes 5 and 6 outside of our cameras, which is Lindenwood JV 1 bowling against McKendree JV 2. So Lindenwood and McKendree dominating the women's JV bracket this tournament.
That's the second victory for McKendree JV2 here. Again, they were involved in the play-in match this morning, defeating LU Belleville. That same Tegan Clinton had to double in the 10th in that match, and here she gets it done again with the strike and 8 spare. More than enough, of course, to defeat that Lindenwood JV1.
I love it when the athletes make the commentators look smart. It just makes our job so much easier. But she was clutch this morning, and she's clutch now. Now the other match, women's match going on here, varsity match, Rock Valley and Illinois tied at 1. This is game 3. Rock Valley comes out open, spare, open, 34 in the third. Illinois looks open, leaves a split in the second frame, converts it, strikes the third, and now leaves a 3-10, another split in the fourth. And Rock Valley will leave a 5-pin in the fourth, so a 15-pin match here, assuming both spares.
I think I might have misspoke there. I believe that was McKendree JV1 defeating JV2 for LU. But nonetheless, the anchor position didn't change.
You know, and that's something that's changed. You know, I wanted to touch on that real quick. Something that kind of confused me. I've been out of the loop of college bowling for a while. Back when we were at Lindenwood, there was no limit on how many players you could have in a program or take to a tournament. I remember that Lindenwood would routinely take some of these Tier 2 and even Tier 3 tournaments. We would take, 6, 7, 8 men's teams and anywhere from 4 to 6 women's teams. I mean, we would have 2 of those big tour buses pull up to a tournament. And a couple years ago, the USBC put in place what people have kind of dubbed the Robert Morris McKendree Lindenwood rule, because those 3 schools were known for taking a lot of teams to tournaments. And now you can only have 24 players to take to a tournament. So when teams would have tryouts, Lindenwood, we would have tryouts back in the day. You would bowl, but really nobody would get cut because there was no limit. Now, you know, and every team across the board, there are cuts and tryouts. Some people don't make the teams. And I think what that was meant to do is try and spread the talent out.
Absolutely.
Because Lindenwood had B and C teams that were as good as a lot of other teams, A teams. Now, I'm not talking like top tier, but, you know, that second tier. And that's kind of a problem. You don't want one school or one team dominating anything. You don't want any entity in any level of professional world dominating something. You want it to be fair across the board. So with this rule, that's exactly what it did. You've still got the top talent going to some of the same schools, whether it's Wichita, Fresno, Lindenwood, Robert Morris, Weber. But a lot of those second-tier bowlers who were looking to be B or C team players, instead of going to Lindenwood, hey, maybe I'm going to go to SIUE. Instead of going to Weber, maybe I'm going to go to Florida State. And it makes those second-tier, those now JV teams, better.
Intriguing match going on here. Again, tied 1-1. Again, best of 3 on 11 and 12 is where our cameras are situated. Rock Valley up here in the 6th frame. Ashley nipped with the spare. And now in the 7th, working on an open. It's Illinois.
And if you thought you saw your camera moving, no, you're not going crazy. Our exquisite producer, Matt, up there making sure that we can get the camera on all the best action that we can bring you.
6 count left by Rock Valley. That is Courtney Hamberling. Again, Rock Valley on the left in the baby blue. color shirt. Illinois in the navy blue. You can see the orange writing on the Illini emblem, a logo on the front of their shirts. Good spare from Draper. 85 working on a spare for U of I.
There's that tough 1-2-4-7 we talked about.
Same spare, and that one was chopped almost the same way, 6-3. So an open in the 7th, Rock Valley with 95. Oh, right now currently tied, but that breaks the tie. 3-pin left by Kayla Clay.
Four-pin, pins flying everywhere. Something that I had forgotten about St. Charles. Pins fly in this house. It's easier to make splits, bounce pins out of the back here than it is a lot of other places that I bowled. And that's the same on strike shots. You'll see pins bouncing around as she picks up the 3-pin here in the 8th frame. You'll see pins bouncing around and take stuff out that you wouldn't otherwise expect or see in other bowling centers across the country.
And that is back-to-back opens as Kate Lawrence misses the 4-pin. Meanwhile, as Daniel alluded to, Kayla Clay did convert the 3-pin. And now Kayla Gloria. And I apologize if I mispronounce a name. She is left with the 3-9 after crossing over. U of I in control here.
That's not one of those spares I hate, is that double wood. The 3-9, the 2-8. I hate that stuff. For those of you that may or may not know, Emil Williams Jr. and I do not, as you say, put a lot of hand in the ball. So the double wood is difficult for straighter players because you have to create motion to get that back pin out. And if you don't naturally create motion, it can make it difficult.
Spoke earlier, this is Alyssa Amstalt.
Gets it.
Who Kate Lawrence did make her spare for the University of Illinois. I have my lineups confused.
Rock Valley
up a little bit.
You have to put a strike on the board this game up in the 8th.
So this is Kayla Gloria. Up for Rock Valley. 9th frame, gotta have it.
Gets it wide.
A little wide, and she will leave the 1-2.
But a 16-pin deficit, I mean, you're not, it's a bit, but you're not talking about a lot here. It all depends on what Illinois does. They'll go up and roll the 7-8 out of that.
2-pin almost rolled as well.
Wobbly 2.
This is Christy Chiappetta for Illinois. With this spare and a strike, they'll have 161. And this one is converted by Kayla Gloria, but
really she's looking at a strike and 4-pin, or excuse me, a spare and 4 pins here to shut out Rock Valley.
Chiappetta just needs a spare.
And she hooks right by it.
And hooks right by it, so that leaves them with 150. So now Rock Valley with an opportunity. 10th frame, this is Alyssa Russo.
It's left.
That is left, and that will do it.
Illinois will advance. They will advance. Illinois will now advance to face the #1 seeded McKendree. It doesn't get any easier for the Illini.
Rock Valley will finish it out here. Again, Alyssa Russo. They opened up things. They won their first game, and then Illinois now winning the back 2 to move on to the winners bracket. Russo with a 5-pin. Converts the spare.
Now we don't get much of a break today, as you know, a lot of college tournaments, they may get some kind of a pseudo lunch break on Saturdays, but usually Sundays, because these kids do have to get back to school. Lindenwood starts its spring semester tomorrow. They have a J term for the first couple weeks of January. Other schools, most schools, their spring semester's already started, so you've got to get them back in plenty of time Sunday night to do any homework, studying, maybe get to bed early. You can get up early, be a good student, what have you.
Absolutely.
So there will be no break today. We will have lulls in the action, like right now, as we're waiting for teams to switch pairs, figure out where they go in the brackets. One of the score directors, Jillian McBride, a former Lindenwood bowler, she's going to be emailing us the new brackets so we can give you updated information, who's bowling who's going to be in front of us, all that wonderful stuff.
Well, right now, of course, there is still action going on the far side, which we can't see right out of our viewing area. But for what we had in front of us, we can update you on that information. Central Missouri defeated Lindenwood, the top seed here in match play. They will move on and take on Illinois, the 4th seed, defeating the 5th seed Rock Valley. So Central Missouri will move on to take on Illinois. Again, Lindenwood now will take on Rock Valley. This is men's varsity action we're talking about. That will be on 19 and 20, again, just outside of our viewing area. Central Missouri and Illinois will head down to 21 and 22. And then we will get you updated, of course, on what's going on those pairs in that area as soon as we get an opportunity. And then on our left side here, between lanes 9 and 10 and 11 and 12, in our first women's JV match, McKendree JV1 defeated Lindenwood's JV2. Again, they will move on now and take on what was deemed the winner of the JV1 squad of Lindenwood and McKendree's JV2 squad. They were off in the distance on 5 and 6. I believe they just finished up, so hopefully we'll have an update on who will move on in that match as well. So, of course, lots going on, as we mentioned, Daniel. And the bracket play makes it interesting and very exciting.
It does. And, you know, I cannot remember a tournament that we bowled in the regular season where we had double elimination on Sunday. The only tournament we ever bowled that had double elimination was Nationals. And you knew that, okay, if you win the first 3 matches at Nationals, then you're set to go. You don't come back on Friday. You don't come back till Saturday morning. But if you lost a match at all on Friday and you wanted to get through the losers bracket, and I believe you guys did that the year you won the national championship. Am I correct? I thought you came through the losers bracket.
No, sir.
Oh, you won all the way out.
Yes.
Okay, well, I've misspoken. But if you do lose on Friday, I knew you'd correct me if I was wrong. If you do lose on Friday, you're bowling well into the night, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, to get through the losers bracket. You know, you bowl a losers match, and then you've got to wait for the winners to get done. There's a lot of downtime. It's a very tiring. And then you come back Saturday morning, and you've got to beat the winners bracket champion twice. So whoever comes from the losers bracket, or the contenders bracket as it's called, today will have to beat the winners bracket
Which
twice.
is also an extreme possibility here.
Yes.
Today, of course, when you have double elimination, that winner of that contenders bracket will have to defeat, more times than not, obviously the winner of the winners bracket twice. And, you know, we were fortunate enough not to have to go through that. You know, we went 3-0 first day. We didn't lose until the situation we're talking about where we had to get defeated twice.
Yes.
We lost our first semifinal, came back against the same team, then won and went on out. That next year, of course, which was your first year.
Yeah, your last 2 years and my first 2 years, we won all 3 of our matches on Friday, came back Saturday, and we did.
No, we didn't.
I guess we'll have a discussion about this.
We'll have a discussion.
Yeah, I'm sure we will.
2006. We apologize. This is just a little bigger. We did lose early that first year. We dropped to the losers bracket because we had to wait around for a little while.
Did Newman beat us twice on Saturday morning, though?
No, we lost one time.
Wow, my memory is all screwed up, man.
Twice.
My memory is all screwed up. I apologize. Okay.
It's okay. And then that next year, we did fly through Friday.
Yeah,
and then got beat twice.
Got a straight out bowl on Saturday.
So,
you know, and it's not always up. And that was a good example of it's not always up to the bowlers. You know, the coaches are a huge influence, and the coach of that team, I believe it was Robert Morris College from up in the Northeast, made a great move with his players. They moved to the same area of the lane. They broke the lane down, something you'll see a lot of the top-tier teams do when there's a lot of oil on the lane to try and create some friction. So the coaches have a huge impact on not only the bowlers getting better, but how they play the lanes, how they break them down, and the adjustments.
Off in the distance here, I saw Darren Dunning of McKendree make a spare. Yesterday he was bowling anchor. It looks like that is the case today, and we had another strike by their opponent. So down there, and that is LU Belleville, Lindenwood University Belleville.
And that team wasn't around when I was here. I don't even think that university was. That's a charter school or a satellite school of Lindenwood, isn't it?
I wouldn't call it a satellite probably anymore. They're a full-fledged.
Oh, wow, okay.
That's
awesome.
University. Actually talked with their coaching staff for the last couple of days here. I was over at the Illinois State tournament and saw them out and about, of course, recruiting, and things are looking pretty solid for them. And, congratulations to them and the school on getting some things done here.
Looks like just from who we've got in front of us, I see some Indiana men, which means they beat Missouri Baptist, the number 6 seed Indiana. Men defeated the number 3 seed Missouri Baptist in the men's varsity. They're lining up in front of us on lanes 13 and 14.
Heard something that looked to be the high shot through the beak, leaves a 6-pin. Again, from what we can see, that's LU Belleville. McKendree had a spare in their first shot in the 10th. And it's still pretty close, but from the reaction of LU Belleville, they might have needed a strike there. And we'll see if this 6 count will have any preference on the washout left by McKendree. There's a spare made by LU Belleville, but again, from the body language, and you can tell a lot from body language. It looks like McKendree may have moved on, but again, we will update you once we get confirmation, which is ever so important in this business.
We're going to have winners bracket and losers bracket action going on in front of us. Contenders bracket. I got to quit saying losers bracket because it's double elimination. They haven't lost yet.
And there's a strike from LU Belleville. The Lynx as the mascot. Can't see the scores from here, but again, we will give you some confirmation. So, we've already seen an upset so far, Daniel.
And you talk about body language. I saw it in those Lindenwood boys after Central Missouri beat them, with the exception of maybe a couple of the seniors, Danny Spink. He's been around long enough. He knows that, okay, this isn't the end of the tournament. We can come back. But I saw a couple of the younger players had their shoulders were down and their heads were hung, and you can't do that. You've got one more match to go, and you've got to get geared up. You've got a long way to go if you want to try and win this. An update from one of our guys in the pit area, McKendree, went on to win on lanes 19 and 20. So they will come down and face Indiana in front of us on 13 and 14. That will send Lindenwood University Belleville to face Mobap on 15 and 16. Both of those are men's varsity matches.
So we hear Phil, head coach Phil Vida for Lindenwood University on the mic. Teams have moved to their next pair of lanes. It looks like competition will begin momentarily here. Again, thanks to everybody here at St. Charles and Lindenwood, all the participants and coaches, Matt Turek, of course, Mike Flanagan, Brian Burkhart as well, providing us with an opportunity here and so we can get this wonderful tournament out to those who may not be able to see it. And, of course, through our chat here, it looks like there are a couple who are enjoying what they're seeing. And, of course, we just want to bring you the action. Wonderful tournament here. And, if you have any questions, of course, feel free. We will try and do what we can to get you updates on various teams, which may or may not be in our viewing area, of course. So we will try our hardest to do that. And if you hear anything, we said a wrong name, or we have a question, maybe you guys can help us out as well. Parents always know best.
Yes, they do. Take a look at women's varsity matches. Lindenwood University Belleville defeated Indiana in that first round. So LU Belleville will be facing the number 2 seed Lindenwood University on lanes 9 and 10. Indiana will advance to 11 and 12 right in front of us, but they're going to be waiting on the loser of the aforementioned Lindenwood Belleville match. So that Indiana women's team is actually going to be sitting around right next to their men's team, probably cheering them on.
I think I got all that, Daniel. So the featured pair here, 15 and 16, looks like they will get the first crack at action. 8 balls, I believe, was the contest.
Yes, you get, before the tournament, each team got 7.5 minutes on each lane. Now each team gets 8 balls on each lane.
And you can kind of divide those up how you like, if you will. during that practice. This will be, again, Missouri Baptist and Lindenwood University Belleville in men's varsity play.
We had someone ask, how is the JVB team doing? I'm assuming you're asking about the Lindenwood women's JVB team. They did not bowl the first round. They got a bye. They were the #1 seed. They were bowling this round on lanes 27 and 28.
So the
winner, the men's JV, excuse me, the men's JV
of this match, again on 15 and 16, that winner will move on, and then the loser, of course, will be eliminated as a part of the double elimination format. So this is where, quote unquote, the realness starts.
Yeah.
Because now you win to stay alive.
Yeah.
And there's no other way to put it. Plain and simple. Win or go home.
Win or go home, as they do.
Again, on 13 and 14, we'll have a winner's bracket match. And it'll be McKendree, the #2 seed, again taking on the 6th seed, the Indiana Hoosiers.
No, Stu, they're not doing the Shark on one lane and Cheetah on the right. This year they've put out a modified Viper pattern. It is 37 feet like your normal Viper pattern, but they added 3 loads across the lane to try and help the patterns keep up. So, no, it is a modified Viper. It's still a 2-to-1 or 2.5-to-1 ratio, so it's still absolutely a sport pattern. But it's made harder with more oil being added because it's not your generic short pattern. I'll never forget that one year at Junior Gold in 2008. They put out a short pattern. You know, you walk in with your normal stuff, but then we looked at the graph and went, whoa, 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 whoa. There's almost 1.5 times the oil. It was a heavier volume short pattern, and that threw everybody through a loop. So that was my first experience with it, and I've since learned that, okay, just because it's short doesn't mean that it's going to have a lower volume. And that was a question from Stu in the chat.
So we've talked about what's going to take place directly in front of us. Off to our left, we'll have action again on lanes 9 and 10, and it will be from the women's varsity bracket. That was, as Daniel just talked about, again, Lindenwood, the #2 seed. Again, women's varsity will take on Lindenwood University Belleville. So this is should be an intriguing matchup, of course. We just talked about Lindenwood University Belleville as its own institution now, of course, and we've seen this a lot, of course. A lot of schools have several campuses, if you will, and you know they're able to actually form their own identity. They have their own teams, their own sports, could be in a totally different division, and that kind of thing, and that is indeed the case here. Lindenwood Belleville, led by head coach Kim Williams.
And then on our featured men's pairs in front of us, 11 and 12, as I mentioned, is the Indiana University women, but they are waiting for the loser from 9 and 10. So the IU women are in the Contenders bracket. The loser of the match on 9 and 10 will face off against IU on 11 and 12, so they will be waiting. That match won't be for a little bit. On 13 and 14, we have 2 winners from the men's varsity. Indiana defeated Missouri Baptist in the first round. They will face off against McKendree, who beat Lindenwood University Belleville in the first round. And then on 15 and 16 are those 2 teams that were defeated. They are in a Contenders match. So 15 and 16, they win or they go home. Or Missouri Baptist and then Lindenwood University Belleville.
Again, this is live coverage from the 4th annual Lions Classic, the Lindenwood Lions Classic, held here in St. Charles, Missouri. And it's St. Charles Lanes, InsideBowling.com, ibTV, providing the coverage. Emil Williams Jr. here with you, along with Daniel Farish, our producer, Mr. Matt Turek, again doing a fantastic job. If I'm not mistaken, this is Matt's first opportunity to kind of run the show, if you will, and he's doing a fine job so far. He has my vote, if I have one. So remember that, Matt. If Mike needs a recommendation or you need a recommendation, I got you.
We had a question in the chat come from someone that is watching over in the UK. So we are stretching the seas here. We've got viewers in the UK and Puerto Rico today.
Also, shout out to Puerto Rico as well.
Throughout the continental United States. They ask, how is Jake Daggett of Lindenwood bowling? He bowled yesterday, bowled 4 games, went 249, 180, 192, 155. Generally speaking, in college bowling, you shoot 155, you're probably going to get pulled.
What school was that?
Lindenwood University, JV2.
Okay. So we will keep an eye out for Jake. In fact, let's take a look at
we have the new brackets.
The updated bracket, as Jillian McBride has sent them to me via email. Gotta love technology, right?
You've got that. It's not a Nook, it's a tablet in front of you. That's right. You've got a tablet in front of you. I've got an iPhone. Matt's got an iPhone. We've got all kinds of technology. 2, 3 computer screens in front of us. I mean, we're operating on some flashy technology right here.
Okay, so if I'm looking at this correctly, and
okay, we're looking at the men's JV right now. Lindenwood JV1 defeated Missouri Baptist JV1 2-0 in the first round. They have went on to face the number 2 seed McKendree JV1. So they beat Mobap JV1. They are now facing off against McKendree JV1. And then we look down on the bottom half. McKendree JV2 defeated LU Belleville JV1 2-0. Man, A, B, and C was so much easier. So, but they defeated LU Belleville 1. So in the winner's bracket, you've got the number 2 seed McKendree 1 against the number 3 seed Lindenwood 1. Now this is JV. On the bottom half of the winner's bracket, you've got number 4 seed McKendree 2 facing off against number 1 seed Lindenwood 2. On the contender side, again, Belleville 1 and Mobap 1 are waiting for this round to conclude. They will face the losers of the current round. That was a lot of talking.
If you have any questions, folks, again, just holler at us in the chat. We will sort out any confusions you may have. Again, we will clarify, as we always do, JV and varsity, of course, being different. As Daniel mentioned, A, B, and C, and that's kind of what we used to go with. But things are different now, so
we have to conform.
Varsity, JV, how about that? So that's the JV men's, and we focused on that because we had a question about Jake Daggett in the chat. Again, for the varsity men, we will give you a quick update there as well. Moving on, again, Central Missouri, they will move to 21 and 22 after defeating Lindenwood, the top seed in varsity. This is men's. And they will take on the University of Illinois, who defeated Rock Valley 2-0 again. So those two teams will tangle. And then Indiana, who defeated Missouri Baptist 2-1. Moving on to face McKendree, the number 2 seed. They defeated LU Belleville. That match, again, taking place right in front of us here on 13 and 14. In the contenders match, directly to their right, Mobap will take on LU Belleville in the contenders match. Again, win or go home on 15 and 16. And then 19 and 20, just outside of our viewing area, the number 1 seed Lindenwood Lions will take on Rock Valley. Again, best of 3, not best of 7. The play-in was best of 7 in this portion. And as we move forward into the championship, best of 3.
And that was all men's varsity recap right there. So we've covered men's varsity, we've covered men's JV.
And now we will head over to women's varsity because we have an important varsity match taking place on 9 and 10, and they are just underway. That is Lindenwood University, Belleville, and Lindenwood University. It will say Lindenwood University St. Charles, even though it's not called that. But just in case there may be some confusion. So, McKendree, as you alluded to earlier, the number 1 seed, they had a bye. So they are awaiting, or actually, I beg your pardon, they are taking on Illinois right now on lanes 5 and 6. I believe they are just wrapping up practice. We will give you an update as we get those. And again, on 9 and 10, Lindenwood and LU Belleville. LU Belleville got to that point by defeating Indiana, who you will see, or you won't see actually, they'll be on lane 7 and 8. And then Rock Valley lost to Illinois. So Rock Valley also on lanes 7 and 8. Indiana on 11 and 12. They are awaiting.
Yes, Indiana's on 11 and 12. They are awaiting the loser from lanes 9 and 10. Rock Valley is waiting on 7 and 8 for the loser between Illinois and McKendree on 5 and 6. So there's part of what we talked about. You lose, you've got to sit around and wait for the winner's bracket to get done. So you, in a double elimination format in college bowling, you really don't want to lose. And we'll take one look at the women's JV as the last one. Last bracket to update you with. The number 1 seed now, this is women's JV, so just know that it's women's JV. The number 1 seed, Lindenwood 1, defeated McKendree 2-0 in the first round. They move on to lanes 3 and 4 outside of our viewing range to face on McKendree 1, who defeated Lindenwood 2. Earlier, they are again down on lanes 3 and 4. And then in your contenders bracket, McKendree 2 is bowling against Lindenwood 2 on lanes 7 and 8. So there's a do-or-die match just again outside of our viewing area on the other side of the pillars is McKendree 2 and Lindenwood 2. Winner stays in, loser goes home. That is women's JV action. Get you caught up with what's going on over here on lanes 9 and 10. Belleville, Lindenwood Belleville varsity women have started off with 2 opens. They throw a strike in the third. And then Lindenwood University St. Charles starts off double, spare, and then an open.
Directly in front of us, and you will see a portion of that match via our 15 and 16 future pair camera is McKendree and Indiana University. And then, of course, on 15 and 16, a loser's bracket or contenders bracket. Man, match up again, LU Belleville taking on Missouri Baptist. And you see Indiana, they're loose, they're feeling it. 3-6-10 converted, that is Riley Smith for McKendree University.
You get into these do or die type matches, you know, win or go home. All of a sudden, if you don't pay attention, that swing starts to tighten up a little bit, and we've kind of seen that in this opening match between LU Belleville and Mobap with 2 splits in the first 5 frames. So these guys are all, they're all college bowlers. They're here for a reason. They'll get those swings loosened up, and they'll start hitting their targets and striking. But to come out, you know, start a match like that, you've got to be on top of your game. You've got to be aware of what's going on with your swing and with your body.
Jason Bannock leaves the 1-5 on a double. Should be an easy spare to convert here for IU, and a number 2 bowler, Billy Netzhammer for McKendree, with another tough spare, which doesn't look tough, but trust me, it's very choppable. The 6-9-10. Here is
Jason picks up that 1-5 for IU on 14 again.
A good shot there by Lindenwood.
Darla. Right here. We're getting our roster settled here, so it may take a couple minutes. We've got everybody in front of us. Again, that women's varsity match over on 9 and 10. Lindenwood University came out strong with the double, but have since went spare, open, looking to convert a 7-pin here in the 7th frame. And Darla picks it up.
Good spare.
Over on lane 9, Lindenwood Belleville hasn't fared much better. Open, strike, open, and now a washout, and she gets 1. That'll be Shanice Daniels in the 1-6 hole for LU Belleville. So while the the number 2 seeded Lindenwood University is struggling, their opponent is struggling just a bit more.
Here is Stephanie Bergman. This is the 8th frame, game number 1. Wrapped in, good shot from Bergman.
Good to see Stephanie out there. She's had some knee problems throughout her career, has had, I believe, a couple surgeries. I know of 2 for sure. So to see her out here competing on the varsity level, starting Baker, you love to see that, because when you've got a bowler that's gone through something like that, and they'll go through surgery just to bowl, that's dedication, that's heart, and she's a really good player. She picks up the 10-pin here in the 8th frame.
I believe Stephanie, of course, from the area. I've seen her, I know she was a junior bowler, very liked and well known by many. And the struggles continue here in game number 1 for LU Belleville, but just game 1. Still got 2 more to go, and with an opportunity still to get a victory.
And it is lanes 9 and 10. Lanes 9 and 10 are 2 of the absolute trickiest lanes in this bowling center. I couldn't tell you why. I know that every time I've ever bowled on that pair, I've double-dribbled the ball. Only pair I've ever done that on. There's just something about that pair that every bowler has something about that pair they don't like. Couldn't explain why. I believe when this house was built, 9 through 32 was the first section that was built, and they added on these extra 8 lanes afterwards. Maybe the construction had something to do with it. I have no idea. It's something that even Randy Lightfoot, the owner of the bowling center, can't allude to. He's not sure.
Here's Amanda Green, the strike and a 10. That's a double for Lindenwood. Amanda, first-team All-American, member of Junior Team USA. I believe she was also a ITC All-Tournament team member.
Yes. And Belleville, they want to get off this lane. They want to get off this lane. They want to get over to 10. They want to put this game behind them.
And you know what, Daniel? As we see a strike in the 5th frame by McKendree's Dylan Polanski. So in this match so far, and I'll get back to my point, double spare strike for IU as they step up in the 7th frame. This is again TJ Georgie on lane number 14, just getting to the 6th frame now, McKendree, but they are working on a strike. And TJ Georgie enjoying himself there. Looks like he was almost doing a version of a Happy Gilmore.
I did hear somebody earlier. I don't know if it was one of their people or not, but I did hear somebody earlier say, go for the gold, Happy, shooter's going to choke. It was a line from Happy Gilmore, so the fact that you bring that up,
how about that?
And I heard that earlier. Now this is a winner's match right here, the McKendree and IU, and then off to the right, Belleville and Mobab. That is a contenders bracket match. Belleville right now with a double in the 8th and 9th. Mobab can here throw a double in the 9th, but they are still down 16, and they go through the face, leave a 3-6, so Belleville in complete control of that match, or that game. And McKendree, IU, these teams are not letting up.
Not at all. The double here, or for McKendree now, a 3-bagger put on the board by Jason Bannock. Garrett Haskett coming up in the 9th frame for IU here in the 7th.
Through 14 frames of these 2 teams bowling, they don't believe in single pins. They've got 8 strikes, 2 8 counts, 2 7 counts.
There is Nets hammer.
Flushes that one.
Like the 4 was the last to go. 9th frame, IU got a hook, and that might be the break McKendree was looking for, as Garrett Haskett leaves the 2-4-10. So depending on the make here, whether he can make, got to get the count, of course. Every pin so important in Baker play. A lot of times, lost count will come back to bite you.
Yes, it will. You know, when you're on a double and you get 7, you're giving away, 2 extra pins on that double. So when you get 7 instead of 9, you're giving up a lot. Ooh, there's a clutch strike in the 8th. Puts a 4-bagger together.
Big shot by Alex Noble. McKendree, so far, we talked about lane play earlier, Daniel, and it looks like they are playing the right part. Not the right part. It's not my assessment to make that call, but they are playing the right part of the lane, and by that I mean they look to be, my vantage point is, it's a little covered, but it looks to be somewhere around the 7-8 area on the lane. They're playing the right side of the lane, or the as some like to call the outside portion of the lane. My friend Daniel here knows a little bit something about the extreme outside portion of the lane. And that is Darren Dunning. Dunning from my neck of the woods in the Chicago area. He's the 4-pin. He has a little hand on it, as we like to call, so he was just probably a hair left of some of the other players. And that's common, of course. You still have to play to your strengths, but be still in the correct portion of the lane. And now in the 10th frame,
there's
the
that
2-pin is just left. Oh, excuse me, the 2-pin.
That pin action we were talking about, that was a 1-2-4. I mean, he flagged the head pin, but you get bounced like that, it leaves a single pin, which is a heck of a lot easier to make than a 1-2-4. But he can go spare strike. IU can go spare strike here to shoot 213. McKendry with a spare here and decent count in the 10th will give them the win. And that's why you never assume anything in bowling, as he misses the 4-pin. That gives them 194. This is a 1-pin match all of a sudden.
So there you have it. The tie turns quickly. And most important spare by Cam Bollinger coming up here, and he connects on the 2-pin.
Real quick, we'll update on the Contenders match over there. Lindenwood University Belleville defeats Missouri Baptist 204 to 172. There was never really much question there. Lindenwood throws a 3-bagger early in the game and then a 3-bagger late in the game. They had command throughout the entire game.
Big shot here for McKendry as Dylan Polanski leaves the 2-8. So now, as we just talked about count, count will come into play here as Bollinger needs all of them to force Polanski to strike in the 10th, so he makes the spare.
Swisher 7.
He gets 9. Good shot, looked to be a little wide, but leaves the Swisher 7. So 212 for Indiana here in game number 1 of the winner's bracket.
There's that double wood that I talked about. And he misses both of them. So a missed single pin in the 9th and a flag 2-8 in the 10th will cost McKendry this match. IU, they also split the 9th, so both teams giving gifts back and forth to each other.
In a best-of-3 matchup, I don't know what the rule of thumb is, but in my opinion, game 1 is maybe the most important. It just kind of gives you, if you win, it gives you that momentum, especially in a situation like this. And that's a tough loss, obviously, for McKendry, but this is an experienced group. And, now they know what they have to do. They got to win 2. They got to win the last 2, plain and simple.
And I like what I'm seeing here. You don't see a lot of teams get together after one Baker game, but McKendry huddled up and they know, look, we had that game won. And we, for lack of a better term, we blew it. You open the 9th and 10th. It happens, but we've got to get back on the ball. We had a 4-bagger going. We had a great game going, and then we didn't finish. You've got to finish that game. You've got to put your foot down and on the gas pedal and keep going.
And on 9 and 10, briefly, LU, Belleville, and Lindenwood has begun play. They are now into the 3rd frame. Lindenwood varsity, again, this is varsity play on top here, 1-0. One game to none so far in the early going.
Belleville struggled last game. They had 1 mark in the game. I believe they shot 1-0 something. I missed the final score. Struggled a lot, but they have come out this second game against Lindenwood. They went spare, single pin miss, strike. Now we see LU gets up. They have gone open strike, open strike.
We mentioned briefly about the tough play on that left lane, on lane 9 for LU Belleville. So far, Lindenwood starts open, strike, open, and now is striking the 4th. So it'll be interesting to see how they adjust. Coach Vida pulling the troops together, how they adjust to lane 9 after witnessing what LU Belleville went through on that lane.
And not only has Lindenwood had the advantage, as we see the number 4 bowler for Belleville, Megan Johnson, leaves a 6-pin here. Not only has Lindenwood University had an advantage of bowling in this house, all the time for practice, but bowling next to those pillars can be different. If you've never done it before, it can be a bothersome. Here LU breaks down the light 8-10, just down to a 10, Amanda Green in the 5th hole.
And if you watch that shot, folks, it looks like, and I'm just commenting on just lane 9 at the moment, that looked like a pretty good shot from Amanda Green, of course, but it got about 35, 40 feet down the way and where it should have begun to make in the corner or begin to make in the turn, it did not. And almost kind of backed up a little bit, laid off. So that lane might be some extra push down lane on the right side. So.
And that's something that will happen when you have a pattern and you add volume to it. We talked about lanes blowing up and the dry getting drier. They can also carry down. The balls don't just pick up the oil, they also move it further down the lane. They create what's called carry down. And if you've got people that are playing further left, throwing the ball right, that can cause some of the oil to squirt right just a little bit, just enough to cause a flush shot like that to push a little bit and go swish or 10.
And that was a strike in the 10th or excuse me, the 5th, I beg your pardon, for LU Belleville. But it was Alexis Hayton. So now Belleville working on the strike. 68 in the 4th, just one open that came back in the 2nd frame. And now a 3-6 on the board here in the 6th frame from Shanice Daniels.
Amanda Chamberlain, leadoff bowler for Lindenwood, makes up for her split in the 1st with the strike in the 6th. Now we see Darla up here in the 7th, wrap 10, good shot, real good shot.
Close match here, or close game. Lindenwood leading the match currently 1-0. Good conversion from Daniels. As LU Belleville now will head to the 7th. And Darla Allert will attempt to convert on the 10-pin. And she just touches it.
Don't hurt it now, don't hurt it.
All you got to do is just get a little air by it, a little breeze. As long as it falls, it'll be a slash on the scoreboard.
Ooh. Comes in a little bit behind the head pin, leaves the bucket. If she can pick up the spare here for Belleville, but that's Amanda Quirin. If she can pick up this spare, they will be up 7. Excuse me, up 8. I can do my simple math here. They will be up 8 on Lindenwood University. Stephanie Bergman up in the 8th. Looks good. She likes it. Gets that swisher to carry.
Bergman is from Chesterfield, Missouri. Right down 270. Is that south, if I recall?
What's that?
270 South Chesterfield?
Yes. Yes.
It's coming back to me.
A great split conversion over here on lane 13.
And that was fantastic.
Number 3 tee was Jason Bannock for Indiana University. Picks up the 6-7-10.
Got a little chest bump action with the girls team there. I like Indiana right now, Daniel. They're loose, kind of enjoying themselves. Still kind of know the moment, of course. They know what's at stake, but seem like they have that perfect balance between staying loose and being serious at the same time. And on that same pair, Darren Dunning. Ball hooks a little bit, goes Brooklyn, but he gets the carry. So that's a big double for McKendree. And now in the 4th frame for IU, Garrett Haskett sends 10 back.
Over in the Contenders match next to them, Mobab never really in the first game. Belleville had complete control this game. Mobab jumps out with an early double. Lindenwood with 2 opens. Mobab with a chance to take a step forward, get the game win, and they're going to wash out in the 7th. A very difficult, not considered a split by your basic definitions, but for those of us that keep stats, we usually mark it as a split. So he's shooting the washout.
You know, washouts, I think, aren't kind of viewed as that anymore. I guess it depends on the washout, but I think it's makeable, or viewed as more makeable these days, as opposed to a split being unmakeable. But, you know, at the same time, 310 is still kind of listed as a split, which more times than not, most people chop.
Real quick, we'll touch on
that's
this.
A tomato type of deal.
Potato. The Lindenwood women and Belleville women. Belleville was looking at a possible 8-pin lead, but then Lindenwood University will throw the back 4, possibly also here in the field ball throw the 5th strike. They will shoot 207 max, and Belleville with 2 opens in the last 3 frames is looking at a 167 max. So with Lindenwood University winning the first game, they will go on to win the second game and advance in the bracket. Belleville will move down to the Contenders bracket.
Looks like the key as IU gets another strike here, a double for them in the 4th and 5th. So now a quick score update for you as McKendree clinging to a 12-pin lead, but IU working on the double. A little bit outside. Now a 2:10 left by Riley Smith for McKendree on lane 14. Again, LU will take that game 207 to 146 in women's varsity play over LU Belleville. Now LU now will move on. Now LU Belleville will, as we get our women's bracket together, they will move over a pair to take on the Indiana women. Almost a made 210 by Smith. And then a PBA washout here, the 1-2-4-6-10 on lane 13. This is leadoff man Aaron Newmeyer. 103 in the 6 for McKendree. Newmeyer will get one. Oof,
you don't see that a lot.
Not at all. Took the 6-pin right off. 91 in the 6 as well. So again, McKendree still with the lead. And a 12-pin lead. Not basketball today.
It is not basketball.
12-pin lead.
IU has a pretty good basketball
McKendree
team, though.
Indeed they do. They were tops in the nation for quite some time, and a couple of losses. Well, the Big Ten is beyond unbelievable. It's amazing how big the difference is from the football Big Ten to the basketball Big Ten.
Yeah, my team's horrible.
Well, we won't touch on that.
We don't want to get into that.
Yeah, that's right. I'll probably bring it up, though. 2-pin left by TJ Georgie, and off to the right here. A big double from LU Belleville as they head to the 10th frame versus Missouri Baptist.
Belleville won the first match. That is, again, a Contenders match. We got a question in the chat. Any info on the boys varsity? I have not received any. I can see the scoreboard. One of the letters has a lot of strikes. The other one doesn't. That's unfortunate. All I have right now. We'll send, if I can find one of our scouts, down and maybe get some information and find out how the men's varsity is doing. Again, they are in a Contenders match after losing the first round to Central Missouri. Upset as the number 1 seed. Missouri Baptist here in the 10th. Throws the first one. That'll give them 160, a max of 190. Belleville can throw the first one and get decent count to win the match and to stay alive in the tournament.
Trip 4 for McKendree. That is Alex Noble. That's a big double for McKendree.
Big double after McKendree gave away the last match, opening the last 2 frames. Down 1-0. Indiana will cross over, go Brooklyn, leave a 6-pin.
Belleville first shot in the 10th. Oh, that is high. 3-6-9-10. Belleville leading that match 1-0.
I'll tell you what, that 3-6-9-10 should be considered a split.
That's tough. Yeah, after everything we just talked about with the washouts and the 3-10. 3-6-9-10, no doubt.
You talk about count, look at this. That 6 count gives, instead of having a 4, 5, 6-pin lead, they have a 1-pin lead, assuming the spare.
This is for the game for Mike Wiedemeyer.
He got it. That's game. He gets 2 pins in the fill ball. They will shut out Belleville, and they will go to a 3rd game. Staying alive, Mobap is.
Mike Wiedemeyer also from the area as well. We've got some match play rosters, of course. It looks like they may have made a switch, Missouri Baptist. I'd have to think. I've seen Mike Wiedemeyer several times. That has to be him bowling in the 10th. Big shot for Darren Dunning, and Dunning finds the pocket, makes the right adjustment, and that's a 3-bagger for McKendree heading to the 10th frame.
So these 2 matches are both going to go 3 games as Belleville will chop that 3-6-9-10, shoot 169 in game 2. Mobap doubles the 10th, and they will shoot 188 after an 8 count in the fill ball. So that Contenders match going to a game 3. And now IU and McKendree, a winner's bracket match, they will go to a game 3.
Good match there brewing. Have one here as well, but it looks like McKendree in full control. Here's Polanski. Polanski's high first shot in the 10th, 3-6-10. Meanwhile, Indiana working on the 3-6-10 by Garrett Haskett. Trailing in the match here. McKendree all but wrapped up. Max score for IU now 177. And mathematically now eliminated. Or not eliminated, beg your pardon. Game number 2.
The winner of IU McKendree will go on to face the winner of Central Missouri and Illinois. That action down on lanes 21 and 22. And then the contenders bracket, Missouri Baptist and LU Belleville. The winner of that match. I have my bracket filled out. Let me do some thinking here real quick.
The quick question, I believe, and back to the chats, as far as the LU boys varsity goes, it looks like that match is probably over. Haven't seen the scoreboards flip, but again, we still don't have a winner. But I believe that match is over, and again, we will update you as soon as we know.
I saw a, and this may be reading into it, but I saw a Rock Valley coach walk by. He had a smile on his face. Maybe he was laughing about something, but I don't want to assume anything here.
So 2 matches. We'll head to game number 3, Belleville, LU Belleville varsity and Missouri Baptist. The contenders match, and in the winner's bracket here, McKendree, as they finish it out in the 10th frame, they will now head to a 3rd and final game number 3 with a 198-153 victory.
And our producer Matt is going to find out how the LU varsity men did. We had a couple questions in the chat from that, so we will find out shortly here.
So good action so far as we just passed the noon hour here on Sunday. Live from the 4th annual Lindenwood Lions Classic in St. Charles, Missouri. St. Charles Lanes, the exact destination here. Emil Williams Jr., Daniel Farish, Matt Turek, your producer here. Inside Bowling, ibTV. Pleased to be here with you, folks. It's
I believe this is your first venture
yes,
with IB. Same here.
As well as Matt's.
As well as Matt's. We've got a freshman crew here working the, well, a freshman in terms of inside bowling, yes.
Also, as we look across this on the TVs here, we see live PBA league action, which is an interesting format, of course, for the PBA.
It's neat. It's different. It really is. I mean, the PBA has been looking for something to inject some life and energy into it. They've completely reformatted the schedule. They've kind of converged with some of the European Tour bowling. A lot of PBA events are over there now.
And they also count as titles as well. So, but again, PBA league action going on live on television. And here's a man who is no stranger to St. Louis as we take a look at the TV briefly. That is Pete Weber.
Who does he think he is? I am. We do have an update from that LU match. The last game, it was LU over Rock Valley 223-203. And to go back on what you mentioned about the screens not having flipped in a while, that was probably game 2. So I would go ahead and safe to say that the Lindenwood varsity men defeated Rock Valley in the contenders bracket. I'm even going to so much as advance them on my paper here. And they will face they'll face the loser of Central Missouri and Illinois. So if Illinois got the win there, LU's back up against Central Missouri. A chance for a little bit of payback.
And the winner of that match potentially will go home, or will the loser, I beg your pardon, will go home. LU Belleville started off with spare double and now a 2-8. And barring any lineup changes, and if any fans from LU Belleville happen to be watching, is Mobap with a strike in the 3rd frame. Again, I know Mike Wiedemeyer was moved to that anchor spot, so I'm not sure exactly who is rolling in the 3-hole for Missouri Baptist. But nonetheless, they go strike, spare, strike to begin here. And then they chopped. How many times have we seen that spare left today? That was almost an interesting leave.
That was the 1-2-4-7-6-10 that turned into a 1-2-4-6-7-10 that's now a 1-6-10.
Wow.
I don't know if I mean, So I don't know if that was a lucky break or not. It really didn't change the difficulty of the spare because the head pin is still there.
There's a solid shot. Not sure what that young man's name is, of course. He got the fill shot in the 10th.
Good spare.
Good spare. So McKendry, 6'2", and then a strike here. And it'll be up to Alex Noble to keep the party going. LU Belleville again, and Missouri Baptist doing battle. The loser of that match will be eliminated.
Go home. Gone. Grab an early lunch.
So, very important. Stakes are high in that match. Here's IU's third frame attempt they're offering. And Jason gets the strike. Jason Bannock.
You know, an advantage that LU Belleville has while they're not Lindenwood University and they don't practice here at St. Charles, this still is kind of a home match for them because they are in the city, they are in the area, so they have a lot of family and friends that travel just down the road here to watch them bowl. Take a look now, strike for Mobap in the 5th. They will continue that Dutch sequence of spare, strike, spare, strike. Excuse me, strike, spare, strike, spare, strike. Belleville down 14 on count. 4 on pins, 14 on count. They will miss the head pin right. 8 count, 1-2. And an update from the Lindenwood men's JV team. They won their match. Down on the other end of the house, so LU JV2 advances. And we watch Indiana miss a single pin here in the 4th. McKendry with that same 1-2-4-7 that they chopped in the first frame.
I think we've seen a lot of those leads and have commented on it. That's definitely a product of the pattern.
Yes.
That is out. It looks like you got to be on target through the heads. If you're getting it right a little bit in the heads, it might squirt on you a little bit. And there's a clutch 3-bagger by Missouri Baptist and starting to take control as the spare is covered from McKendry. McKendry moved, had a little action, movement in their lineup. Now Darren Dunning in the anchor position for McKendry in the varsity squad. Big shot for IU. It's Cam Bollinger, if I'm not mistaken. Sophomore health and fitness specialist is his major at IU. Finished third. Third runner-up in state. Quietness here. Not too many matches going on except really for the ones in front of us. And Dunning, Greek Church, thought he made that adjustment early on.
We had a question in the chat about the LU women's JV1 team. I believe they won their first round match and are currently finishing up their second round match. As we get updates from the current round, we will bring them straight to you. Again, Daniel Farish here alongside Emil Williams Jr. bringing you live coverage of the Lindenwood Lion Classic from St. Charles Lanes in St. Charles, Missouri. Second round action in front of us. Winners bracket, men's varsity winners bracket. IU and McKendry are tied 1-1 in a best-of-3 series. To the right of them, men's varsity contenders bracket action between the Lindenwood University, Belleville, and Mobap. They are also tied 1-1. Mobap, though, looking very good.
Mobap in control here.
Up about 60 with 2 frames to go. Would say it's safe to say that Mobap will advance. They will stay alive in the contenders bracket, and LU Belleville will be taking that short ride down the interstate back home.
I got a washout here in the 8th. Mobap sparing the 9th. They've got 239 max. As Mike Wiedemeyer, beg your pardon, steps up. There's the attempt, 6'3", good shot at it. So now 198 max for LU Belleville, and they have been eliminated. And now a tough break for McKendree. Greek Church left by Dunning, and now a 2-4-10.
You can take advantage, and they do.
There you have it. It's Baker, especially match play style Baker, of course. You do what you can do, but no match is ever over.
No,
until mathematically, of course, eliminated, and you get a break, or a bad break for one team turns into a good break for another.
That's what I was going to say. Sometimes you can get a lot of positive emotion when your teammate strikes in front of you, and then alternatively, you can get some positive emotion if the team you're bowling throws a bad shot or gets a bad break, because you know that, okay, well, they just gave me another opportunity to win this match, and that's exactly what happened after McKendree splits in the 6th frame, 5th and 6th frames. Indiana comes up and strikes in the 7th, and now they go heavy on the head pin, leave a 3-6-10 here in the 8th frame.
I just looked up and I saw Jesse Buss on TV, and I knew he was going to be there, of course, but good to see that young man. He's definitely a guy who probably should have been on TV a long time ago, and good to see him making those strides.
You know, it's fun to sit here. Sometimes you watch the PBA. There are so many guys that we bowled with or against in college, or maybe that were a couple years ahead of us that are on TV. It's fun to see. You want to see those guys do well. You're not bowling against them now, so their success, it doesn't take money out of my pocket. It doesn't cost my team anything because I don't have a dog in that fight. It's fun to see him on TV.
It's a final for, again, Mobap will move on, defeating LU Belleville in that match, 214-164, game 3. And they get the 2-1 victory. Again, we'll move on in the contenders bracket. Still interesting possibilities between McKendree and IU. Many of who we're watching now, these young bowlers now, Daniel, will, I'm sure, one day, of course, strive and will find themselves possibly on television. Perhaps somebody in this booth will one day make some things happen as well.
I think Matt has a great shot at that. He's an excellent producer, attention to detail. I could definitely see that man being successful in any venture down the road.
Shout out to Jesse Buss. Bowled with him in some junior tournaments back in Illinois. Jesse from Freeport used to kind of make the rounds between Illinois, Wisconsin, and all of the junior scholarship stuff that was around, and got to know him. He went to Western. He made the transfer to Wichita State. Bowled against him in college, as we alluded to. So
McKendree with a chance there to throw a strike and try and get back in this game. They will wash out. Indiana converts a single pin spare in the 9th. So
big spare for McKendree.
And if they can spare this and throw a strike in the 9th, they would actually be down 2 pins on count with that strike. So this match, I wouldn't say it's wide open, but it is absolutely not finished.
I'd like to take a moment to thank all of those watching at home, wherever you may be. I know we've had fans from Puerto Rico earlier, from England, Washington, the Richards family, Dean and Amanda.
West Virginia.
Wilson, the Wilson
family.
Lanes there, the Green family. The Petzoldts in Lamont, Illinois. So thank you for tuning in and watching again Inside Bowling's live coverage of the 4th annual Lindenwood Lions Classic here at St. Charles Lanes in St. Charles, Missouri.
Strike here, looks it.
Good
Can't
shot.
get the 4 out.
The clutch run out. Oh, you miss college bowling when you see things like that.
You got to choose when to run it out. You got to know.
You are correct. So here's the situation. Spare here in this 10th. If he spares the 4, and I believe this is Cam Bowlingley. If he spares and strikes, They'll have 173. McKendree now will step up in the 9th on an open,
Needs
112 in the 8th.
Needs it.
Max possibility, if I'm not mistaken, that is 172. Got to have it.
Needs it.
Here's the offering,
It's
wide
out.
a
It
little
was out.
bit, and he leaves the 1-2. The 4 drops out late.
You know, and that kind of goes back to the pattern. When you're bowling on this pattern, what we know is usually you have some free hook out there. But with those extra units, you don't have that free hook, so you miss right, ball's not getting back. Ooh. A miss on that 4-pin would have given McKendree the chance to spare and then go sheet to tie, but he kisses that 4-pin over.
So how about Indiana?
You know, I got a short story about Indiana. Now that this match is over and we're kind of waiting for the next round to start, the last year I didn't bowl my senior year. I sat out to pursue stuff at the radio and TV station at school.
I thought you said we'd wait.
Huh?
I thought you said we'd wait for that story.
No, because we're
I'm
waiting.
just playing.
What are you doing to me here, man? Jeez. Jeez, oh, Pete. Anyway, my last year that I bowled, we bowled against Indiana in Nationals in the Contenders bracket. We got beat the first round, I believe it was by Fresno, if I remember correctly. And then we bowled Indiana, and they had a guy on their team. He runs the Hoosier. Cannot remember his name.
Nick Hoagland.
Nick Hoagland, yes. Nick bowled for IU years ago.
Yes.
Was an All-American.
Yes.
Took some time. I don't know if he graduated early or took some time off. Either way, he came back 5, 6, 7 years later. Came back to school, bowled again, and how about that? He was another, again, All-American, and he was one of the clutch anchors on that team that beat us. But I'll never forget that a guy is an All-American, leaves college bowling, comes back 2 generations of college bowlers later, and is an All-American again. That was severely impressive. This IU team is looking to make some noise today.
Nick Hoagland, I believe, also only tournament director for the Hoosier Classic, and I believe it's actually the Backhaul Direct Hoosiers Classic,
they got
which
that
is a
sponsor.
company I believe he owns. I could be mistaken about that, but again, a smart individual and a great bowler, of course, no doubt. And I remember watching him, of course. I was still around the team as an assistant coach. I think Nick was doing 3 steps at that point in time, and which is even more impressive.
Yes.
So, but IU getting it done here. Moving on in the winners bracket as Mr. Dunning for McKendree will wrap things up. Gets a little assistance from McKendree's head coach here. It's talking about lane play, and that right lane seemed to give them trouble.
Yes, it did. It gave both teams trouble. You know, that's part of it. You know, lanes break down differently. Not every lane is going to break down the same. You could have the same 10 guys throw the same 10 shots, but when you get into the science of a bowling lane, there's a topography. It's not 100% completely flat. You know, nothing is. It's got its dips and its valleys and its peaks, and that oil will break down on a lane differently, even if you have the same 10 guys with the same 10 shots. So when you've got different bowlers playing different areas of the lane, it's going to cause lanes to break down a lot different from each other, even in a short session like this.
Still have matches going on. Well, looks to be way down on 1 and 2. That could be a practice pair. I'm not sure.
1 and 2 and 29 and 30 are practice pairs.
Okay, there you have it. So, looks like all matches have been completed, I believe, for the most part. I see some action going on 29-30, no, 27-28. But so far, so good, of course. We've seen some upsets early in the first round. We had match play, the play-in portion early. Some teams had to fight just to get to this portion. But we saw LU varsity get upset 1 versus the 8. The 8 seed came out on top, and then Central Missouri, they moved on. We'll get an update from that match. It's very important, as you alluded to earlier, as LU then went on to defeat Rock Valley. We think that is the case. We apologize. We don't have the 100% confirmation, but we do know their second game score. So we assume LU has moved on, and they may take on Central Missouri, possibly, depending on the outcome of the Illinois-Central Missouri matchup, of course. The LU women, the varsity, have moved on. They continue play in the winners bracket. Indiana University here has finished up on 13 and 14, defeated McKendree University. So they will move on now in winners bracket play as well. We'll update you on junior varsity play. Also, again, Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Daniel Farish to my left, and then to our immediate left, or our far left, is Matt Turek, producer.
Big old thumbs up right there from Matt.
Extravaganza. He gave us the old thumbs up. Again, shout out to Mike Flanagan of InsideBowling.com as well. Again, we appreciate you tuning in. Any questions, concerns, feel free to holler at us in the chat room. We will try to answer those to the best of our ability. And, of course, if we have questions, we will reach out to you, the fan, as well. Anything you'd like to see, of course, we are kind of limited on what we can cover, but pretty much anything from 9 through 16 in our viewing area, we will have it for you. And, again, continue to get constant updates. So what it looks like here.
Already got some action on 17 and 18.
We've got some action on 17 and 18. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the Lindenwood University women's
JV.
That is JV. We don't know which one. We will, give me 1 second. We'll have that for you.
They are bowling a McKendree JV team. Again, the Lindenwood women.
That is JV1. So the Richards family, the bell has rung for you. That is JV1. We see Amanda. They are currently on lane 17, taking on what looks to be McKendree, as Mr. Farish will then take a look at his bracket.
Well, according to the bracket we have here, we don't have any JV matches scheduled for 17 and 18, so there was a change somewhere.
Well,
Matt just went to figure out, get a new bracket updated. So once Matt gets back, we'll be able to bring everyone the updated scores, standings.
Let me quickly take a look at that. There was a play-in match, and that play-in would have taken on Lindenwood's JV1, but that match was scheduled for lanes 5 and 6. So perhaps, in fact, 5 has been down. My guess would be there may have been a breakdown and perhaps a move. But we've got the JV women, what was updated prior to this last round here. What you see in front of us is practice. This will be Indiana, the women, the varsity squad. They will take on the LU Belleville. Again, this is the losers or contenders bracket matchups. But again, LU JV1 was the top seed in JV, and it looks like that is the McKendree JV1 squad. If this bracket is correct, again, they had to move, of course. So I believe yesterday it was noted that the only way 17-18 would be used if there was a breakdown.
I think 3 and 4 is down.
So
it's off.
That is I think that is the case here. And
so that would be.
Matt will confirm that for us in just 1 second.
But no, yeah, if 3 and 4 is down, then that means that the Lindenwood JV women's team that we were talking about that is on 17 and 18, they are in the winner's bracket.
Right.
So that is a winner's bracket match between Lindenwood and McKendree. Teams trying to get settled and figured out what pairs they're supposed to be on. Again, 11 and 12 in front of us. The Indiana women are awaiting their opponent, which I believe is the LU Belleville women.
They began to practice, but I think they want everyone to probably start at the same time.
Yes.
So they will allow the JV1 of Lindenwood and the JV1 of McKendree to finish their match.
An update for the LU JV1 men's team. They won their match.
So do we have an updated, or can we go ahead and move some people on in your brackets, Daniel? We know Indiana has moved on.
If I knew 100% of the action that had happened, we could.
What we don't know is also McKendree took on the Illinois winner So McKendree and Illinois are talking about women's varsity. So we don't have a confirmation if they or which team has come out of that match as well. But again, all will be right in the world as soon as the LU JV1 and McKendree JV1 is over with. In fact, I'll just go ahead and give you, we'll go ahead and give you some play-by-play here of what we can see. LU in the 5th frame. I believe that was Leanne Price, also an all-tournament team member, the top JV player. Junior varsity with the 210. She gets 1. So Lindenwood, 86 in the 5th frame. McKendree, those spare, open, spare. They've got 43 in what looks to be the 3rd frame, and a 4-7 left here. As that is chopped.
That'll give McKendree 52 in the 4th. Lindenwood sitting on 86 in the 5th. Both teams on opens. Now shot lead off.
Good shot.
Stuff 8-pin in the 6th frame for the LU JV women. Now McKendree up. Good shot, flush strike. Again, I'm not sure why this would be the only match going on. Again, we are moving the camera for you all so we can get that action down on 17 and 18. That was asked in the chat. Not quite sure why that is the only limited action, but hey, if it's going on, we're going to bring it to you. So moving the camera to get 17 and 18 looking good. Again, that's a JV women's match. Lindenwood 1 versus McKendree. I'm not sure which McKendree JV team it is. Once we get that information, we will bring it to you. Again, Daniel Farish in the booth today with Emil Williams Jr. bringing you live coverage from the 4th annual Lindenwood Lion Classic College Bowling Tournament in St. Charles, Missouri at St. Charles Lanes. We are covering right now the McKendree and Lindenwood JV women's teams in a match on 17 and 18. McKendree now opens up in the 7th. That'll give them 80 even. And Lindenwood looking at 106 in the 6th with the strike in the 7th. So they are looking strong in this first match. Again, it seems to be the only match going on right now.
That is definitely correct, Daniel.
I believe I know why. I believe I know why. They were on 3 and 4. Lanes broke down. This is still 2nd round action.
Right.
That was. I just connected all the dots. You know.
That was. You know what? It took a little while because obviously we didn't have a good vantage point from where we are to 3 and 4. There was a lot of action going on or surrounding 3 and 4, so really didn't see. And then all of a sudden, just as we said, there was no action going on. Looked like all the matches had finished. We see bowling going on 17 and 18. We don't know exactly what game.
And we're going to try and have one of our producers find out for us so we can bring you up to date. I want to say I would say probably game 2 or 3. And we see here a spare by Lindenwood, the 1-2-4-7. We've seen that chopped a number of times by the men's varsity in front of us, men's JV, women's teams as well. So a rare 1-2-4-7 spare right there. We haven't seen a lot of that today.
Who made that?
Lindenwood. This match is 1-1. So this match is tied 1-1. It is a winner's bracket match, so the loser will go into the contenders bracket. McKendree with a spare in the 7th. They are down 20 to Lindenwood.
Well, due to a couple camera issues, you can see part of 17, of course, but we'll bring you what's happening on 17. You can see 18 clearly, and looks like an 8 count, a 2-4 left by Lindenwood, and now a strike in the 8th frame, I believe, for McKendree. So LU with the 8 count in the ninth. Sitting on 144. Here's the spare attempt. That one is converted.
So just to kind of stretch this out, McKendree, if they can throw the back 4, they're looking at a max of 190. LU looking at a max of 194. Need this one to stay in the match. Swisher 7, I don't hear much cheering, so that 7 did stand. That'll put them down to a max of 170.
So LU has to just kind of take care of business here in the 10th. Never can go wrong with a mark, but here is Leanne Price. That is
2-7.
Ooh, to be fast and right a little bit. So 2-7 again. One of those also important tough spares. We'll chart those for you. 2-7, 3-10, 3-6, 9-10. Of course, all of the same spares, flip them around if you got the same spare, lefty, righty. But right now, McKendree can strike out for that 170. It's very important, obviously, for Leanne to just get 1. They've got 8 count right now. 1 will move them on, and she will take her time, and she looks like she will get her spare ball handed to her. And 7 pin for McKendree in the 10th, and it does not matter as Lindenwood JV1 will move on.
And she makes it. She kisses the 2 over, hits the 7 with the ball. Very nice. And I believe that a question from the chat, we will be moving the cameras back to our featured pairs 9 through 16 once third round action gets underway. Once we have the new brackets, the updated brackets, we will let you know who is going to be where and who will be on our featured pairs in front of us. Again, wrapping up a women's JV winners bracket match right here. They were on 3 and 4. 3 and 4 broke down, so they have moved to the breakdown pair, 17 and 18. They moved when the match was in a 1-1 tie, so all the girls came to this pair. Basically a one-game deciding match.
Crowd, there's nothing like a college bowling crowd,
no.
first of all.
No.
But the crowd has grown since we got here early this morning, of course, even through the play-in, even for that play-in match, as a matter of fact. And it was just on one half of the house on the high end. It was tough to get through down there. And now, of course, with just about most teams, although a couple have been eliminated, but crowds still fierce. Nothing like college bowling. Parents like to bring in snacks,
yes,
food, and
as a player, I can't tell you how much I appreciate. Oh man,
you hit the nail right on the head.
Oh man, that was I mean, some parents even went so far as to bring prepared lunch in aluminum dishes out in the back of a vehicle. We go out in the parking lot and eat, you know, like one parent would bring like roast beef, one brought pulled pork to a couple tournaments. Good stuff. You had your meat trays down in the area, the settee area. You had snacks for, you know, with sugar to keep your energy up. Gatorade, water. Didn't drink a lot of sodas when I bowled college. I wanted to, you know, stay away from the caffeine. But
you can't beat it. And in fact, to all of those parents who may have aided us in nutritional value during our time, we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And for all those who will continue to do that, for those in the here, now, and in the future, I'll thank you for them as well, because it's always important and greatly appreciated. It's something they don't have to do.
No, absolutely not. And that's, you talked about, there's really nothing in bowling better than a college bowling crowd. You can go to a PBA tournament, and you've got fans of bowlers cheering for them, but it's so much more personal here. It's friends, it's family, it's moms, dads, brothers, sisters, boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wives, whatever. It's so much more personal, and there's a lot more emotion and a lot more at stake.
The stakes, of course, only increase in this environment in the double elimination matchup. And now,
let me see if I can figure this out.
We've got practice going on now, so we will again reset things from a bracket standpoint. And the updated bracket should be on its way to me momentarily.
I can tell you on 13 and 14 is a Contenders match. Mobap was in the Contenders bracket. They defeated Lindenwood Belleville. Belleville goes home. Mobap advances. They are facing McKendree, who lost. They were on one of our other pairs, featured pairs last round. McKendree lost to Indiana. So on 13 and 14 is a Contenders match. Men's varsity. McKendree versus Mobap. To the right of them, it looks like we have Lindenwood Belleville. And again, a McKendree team. My best bet, that is JV.
I believe that is
men's JV. If that's on 15 and 16, then that's going to be a Contenders match. I'm not sure if it's JV1, JV2 for either team. But once we get the updated bracket, which I think we have it right here, we can give it to you.
So men's JV. This is LU Belleville, JV1, who I believe also had to kind of wait, just like the LU Belleville varsity in the losers or contenders brackets. So taking on a McKendree JV squad. Yes, this is McKendree JV2 taking on LU Belleville JV1 on 15 and 16.
Okay.
So we appreciate everybody tuning in, and
I got my round numbers mixed up. I think.
Keeping things live for us. lot to go over with 4 brackets. So if we happen to make a mistake, we apologize, of course. But one thing we can guarantee, we'll have college bowling. In fact, we have it for you and have had it since 10:30 a.m. live right here on ibTV. Again, each team gets 8 practice shots.
Okay, well, if what I have in front of me is correct, then I believe it is. I've looked at the brackets, I've looked at lane numbers. 13 and 14 is a men's JV match. That is a men's JV match. McKendree 1 versus Mobap. Contenders, men's JV. 15 and 16, another men's JV contenders match. LU Belleville 1 versus McKendree 2. Over in the winners bracket, waiting on 19 and 20, is LU JV1 and LU JV2. They will be bowling against each other.
That's always fun.
Yes, it is. I'll tell you what, no matter how bad I wanted to beat Wichita, Fresno, any of those teams, Newman, if we were matched up against one of our B or C teams, or if I was on a B team and we were against the A team, oh, you wanted to beat them. Because that is bragging rights for a long time. And by long time, I mean that bus ride home. And that could be a really long bus ride. Especially, if the A team beats the B team, it was expected, they're better, yada, yada, yada. No, when the B team beats the A team, oh my gosh. Oh, there was nothing like that.
All right.
So I believe you have the updated brackets.
Indeed, thanks to
awesome.
Jillian. We now have the updated bracket, and we will just go varsity to JV, men to women. So, in fact, what do you say we start with what we have out right now in our viewing area?
Okay.
Let's do it the original way. So it looks like Illinois did go ahead and win that Central Missouri match. Men's varsity we're speaking about. And right now they should be on lanes 23 and 24 taking on Indiana. Talk about Big Ten there. And in the contenders match, at this moment, we should have two. Mobap again right in front of us here, or I beg your pardon, on 25 and 26. This is varsity Mobap on 25 and 26 taking on McKendree in the contenders match there. Again, that's on 25 and 26, then on 27 and 28.
It is going to be Lindenwood and Central Missouri, the rematch from the first round when Central Missouri said, I don't care if you're the #1 seed. I don't care if this is your bowling center. We're going to beat you 2-0.
And there you have it. So right now, the leaders in the clubhouse, if you will, Illinois and Indiana. It will take a while, but if I'm not mistaken, and I'll get some confirmation, but the winner of the Illinois-Indiana match should have guaranteed themselves a championship berth.
You are correct.
And will have to be defeated twice.
You are correct.
To lose the 4th annual Lions Classic Championship here.
A lot on the line there. A lot.
So that goes back to our points earlier. If you've been following us and been with us since the beginning here, where we talked about how the intercollegiate team championships go. And this is a prime situation. You win 3 matches, guarantees yourself a semifinal berth. In fact, it might be a semifinal berth. May not be a championship berth here, but I think in this format, there's only 8 teams. So I think that is a championship berth.
It is. Yeah, it is.
So that is the men, if you were following along.
The men varsity.
The women varsity looks a little something like this. On lanes 11 and 12, which we will bring to you, LU Belleville and Indiana again in a contenders match. The loser will go home. And on lane 7 and 8, just a couple pairs to their left, Rock Valley and Illinois will do battle. Okay? And the contenders, or excuse me, the winners bracket, the #2 seed, the Lindenwood Lions, they are set to take on
McKendree, the #1 seed McKendree.
The #1 seed McKendree, but it doesn't look like that will take place on.
No, they're going to wait. They're on round 4. So they will be on.
Thank you.
That match will be on 7 and 8, but not this round. So both those teams, Lindenwood women varsity and McKendree women varsity, are waiting to face off in the 4th round. So they're getting some time off right now. Maybe grab some snacks, as we talked about, and just kind of sit back and watch your teammates. Because down on 7 and 8 right now, we have Rock Valley and Illinois contenders match for the women varsity.
Okay.
I see what's going on here. I've got all my ducks in a row.
And we'll also probably get an update. Looks like 3 and 4 may be good, but nobody's bowling there yet, so we're not 100% sure, however. But nonetheless, JV men. Again, LU Belleville JV1 taking on McKendree JV2 on 15 and 16. And then right here in front of us, 13 and 14, McKendree JV1 will take on Mobap JV1. Again, so 2 contender matchups right in front of us here on 13 and 14, 15 and 16. And then on 19 and 20, Lindenwood's JV1, which Daniel talked about before, will take on the top seed Lindenwood JV2. So again, 2 Lindenwood squads will go head to head, and the winner will move on. A championship match, the loser will fall to the contenders bracket, and I believe they'll have to wait a match. In fact, they will have to wait. The loser of that match will then wait to take to have competition in round 5, and then they will face either the winner of the 2 losers. But let's not get too far ahead. Let's not get too far ahead.
I think there's something like, what was there, invisible numbers and algorithms and all that algebra stuff. Yeah, you've got to put all that in there.
And then finally, the JV women. And here it is for you again. This is round 3. McKendree JV1 and McKendree JV2 on 9 and 10. Which we will have for you, and then also on lanes 3 and 4, it'll be Lindenwood's JV1 taking on McKendree's JV1. Oh, I beg your pardon. That just took place. So the same situation for Lindenwood's JV1 squad. They will now wait to take on the winner. They will take place on the 11 and 12 when they do come out. So they will take on, looks like either McKendree squad, if I'm not mistaken. Does that sound right?
Yes. Okay, I was getting some information from one of our scouts in the crowd. On 9 and 10, the purple is JV1, McKendree JV1, and the white is JV2. I'm even going to mark that down because I know I'll forget. As practice begins wrapping up and action has started. First of all, here on 13 and 14, both Contenders matches for the men's JV. And from time to time, we will show you live scoreboards on the screen as we reference each the individual matches. The scoreboards we will be showing you are from lanes 9 and 10, which is the McKendree JV match, McKendree women's JV contender match, and then lanes 15 and 16, which is the men's JV contender match between LU Belleville and McKendree.
Where can you find this on the internet?
So as we get started here, looking at action on 13 and 14, Missouri Baptist comes out, starts off the first frame. That's right, I forgot. MOBAP is only bowling with 4 bowlers. That is a story that I meant to get the details on. One of our bowlers earlier told me that MOBAP was bowling against him with 4. I don't know if they've been doing that all tournament or not. I don't know what the circumstances are, but that's something that I sure would like to find out. But they're bowling up against McKendree. So MOBAP, in case you're unfamiliar with this, if you're only bowling with 4, you have to choose a frame to take a double gutter. And the best frame to take that is the 1-6 hole. So McKendree will be taking the double gutter in the first, or MOBAP will be taking that in the first and 6th. It makes it very, very difficult to advance through a Baker-style tournament. But they come out, double gutter strike, single pin miss, double. McKendree's already put up a strike and 2 spares on the board. And then to the right of them, LU Belleville and McKendree facing off. Belleville right now strike, open strike, 6 count, and McKendree strike, spare strike, single pin.
Ken Weinrich actually brought me their match play lineup sheet, and it actually states the name, of course, and in parentheses they did put absent. So again, they indeed are bowling with 4. Doesn't mean that they cannot win. And it's they're missing some count, obviously, but I've seen weirder things take place in this sport, and Baker kind of gives you that opportunity, but it doesn't make it easy. That's for definite.
Looking at the chat, MBU female bowler tells us MOBAP's 5th bowler did not show up today. They had 5 bowlers yesterday, so hopefully everything is all right in his world. And as we move on, they double, and then you've got to take the double gutter after that double strike. That kills you on count.
That's where it kills you on count, but
it's not impossible.
Right.
It is not impossible to win. It's just awfully difficult.
Already their max score currently, what's that, 178. So it's it hurts definitely, but not impossible. So again, so 13 and 14 here. Again, we're watching MOBAP and McKendree, also LU Belleville and McKendree JV, LU Belleville JV on 15. McKendree JV 2 on lane 16. And back-to-back single pin misses by McKendree. Leads in with 77 in the 5th as we head to the 6th, and a double in the 5th and 6th by LU Belleville. Now make it a triple for the Lynx of LU Belleville.
I once heard a very smart man say single pins are just like free throws. You don't miss them.
How about that? I wonder who said that.
I think it's the man sitting next to me.
How about that?
I don't believe it was Matt.
And if I'm not mistaken, Daniel, we do have one varsity match in front of us currently. And that's a Contenders varsity match here, LU Belleville.
Yes, that is LU Belleville and Indiana University on lanes 11 and 12.
Women's varsity here on 11 and 12.
So 3 JV matches and 1 varsity. All Contenders. This is all win or go home.
This is all win or go home. And later on in the day, of course, as the brackets continue to get filed out and teams continue to seal their own fates, I believe, of course, the action will again move back down to this area. We're talking semifinals and championships, of course, here. So again, on 9 and 10, it's McKendree JV2 and their JV1. JV1 in purple, the JV2 in white for McKendree fans. Again, we talked about the concept, of course, and the result of what happens or what can happen when 2 teams from each school or the same school face one another. Gives you a good week at least to talk a little trash.
If you're on the winning team.
If you're on the winning team. Also gives you a good week to be the victim of trash talk.
Oh, that's never fun.
For about a week.
So again, all the matches in front of us right now are Contenders matches. 3 of them are JV, 11 and 12. Indiana University and Lindenwood University Belleville are your Contenders women's varsity match. That is up on the screen right now as we see IU carry a lucky broken shot. Hey, you'll take them. They all score the same. So they're looking to have a 4-pin lead, assuming a spare here. They are, a 4-pin, 6-pin deficit with the count on the strike. 9 and 10. Again, schools of the same color, McKendree, the white and purple. Purple is McKendree 1. White is McKendree 2. They've shuffled their lineup around a little bit. The McKendree 1 purple, Tegan Clinton, who was that clutch anchor bowler, has now moved to leadoff. And we see that their new anchor bowler, Amanda Carnuth, has put up a 7-pin. And over on the right lane, McKendree up in the 5th frame will be Linda Graham for the JV2. And as we mentioned, so hard to win when you're missing a bowler. This MOBAP team, outside of that missing spot, they were pretty clean. They missed 1 single pin, but you've got that spot missing. They put up a 133. McKendree, the McKendree 1 JV team already has them beat. So you can mark down 1-0 on that match. And to the right of them, Lindenwood Belleville, a stellar 233. They throw 7 of the back 8 after going open in the 2nd and the 4th. And now McKendree JV 2 just looking to finish up. They're going to go stuff 9-pin here in the 9th. They're looking at a max of 182. Close match here in this Contenders bracket women varsity match, Belleville and IU. Right now, Indiana 102 in the 7th, a strike in the 8th. Belleville coming off a single pin miss in the 7th. They have a 106 and they leave a wrap 10. Indiana doubles heading into the 10th, that all-important setup frame. Again, we mentioned getting that first win of a 3-game set. Momentum is huge, absolutely huge if you can get that first win. Belleville's got to bear down now and try and run this spare. She doesn't quite get it out there. That will be a miss. That will be an open here in the 8th. Back-to-back single pin misses for Belleville. And then Indiana on the double. McKendree 2 converts the single pin spare over on lane 10. That will be anchor bowler Linda Graham. Indiana strikes the 9th, giving them a 3-bagger and almost a solid handle on this match. Belleville with a good shot in the 9th gives them the strike. Indiana already working into the 180s though, and Belleville can double here in the 10th for 170. So we covered both of the men's matches already decided. McKendree 1 defeats Mobap 1, the first game, granted. And then LU Belleville defeats McKendree 2, the first game. Down here on the women's, where we're looking right now, this varsity match finishing up for Belleville and IU. IU is going to win this one. And then on 9 and 10, McKendree versus McKendree, 1 and 2. Purple is 1, white is 2. Purple now with the double in the 6th and 7th. And they're looking to take a commanding lead in that match. In the 6th, 7th, Tegan Clinton and Lauren Englert. McKendree 2 will open in the 6th. Digging a bit of hole for themselves this first game as they are down about 40. Trip 4-pin in the 8th for McKendree 1. Again, this is JV Women's Contenders match. That gives them a 3-bagger. McKendree 2 shot misses left, crosses over 5-pin. Again, all of these matches in front of us are Contenders matches. It is win or go home.
One more time, Farish. Say that again.
I said all the matches in front of us are Contenders matches.
Not that part.
Win or go home.
There you have it.
Indiana with the trip 4. They're going to throw the back 5 and shoot 192 that game. And now McKendree purple. McKendree 1, 4 in a row. I believe my good friend Rob Stone would call that a ham bone. I cannot believe I just said that.
You said that.
I hated it every time he said that. I cannot believe.
Well, Daniel, you're in the booth now, man. You got to come up with your own.
I'm so disappointed with myself. It's a 4-bagger. You can't just make stuff up like that. It was funny. One of the PBA telecasts recently, Randy Peterson is now doing it with Lon McCarron, who did the World Series of Poker as well, and does a lot of stuff on ESPN. And they purposely made it obvious that they were avoiding saying that. So I guess that term has fallen out of style. But they follow up that 4-bagger with a 7 count in the 10th. McKendree purple, again, that's McKendree JV1 is looking to win this one. Win the first game anyway. Again, we're seeing another team. We saw that LU Belleville women's JV team struggle on that pair when they bowled earlier in the day, struggled to 9 opens in 10 frames. We're seeing this McKendree 2 team struggle in a similar way. They've got marks, but they just can't seem to find the pocket.
And you know what, actually, and I guess specifically lane 9 seemed to be kind of the problem giver. But outside of a couple of single pins, JV1 bowled very well on that lane. So again, interesting to see. Now we've had several games bowled across the center now, and lanes, of course, transition through every ball. But now we're kind of later in the day. We're starting to get later in the block, especially on the high end. Although we'll have less bowling going on down there as we move forward. But the play-ins took place down there as well. So we'll to see how things shape up moving along just from a lane play standpoint.
Now we take a look at the men's matches over here on 13 through 16. Again, both of these are JV matches. if I can pull up my bracket here. The winners of these two matches will go on to face each other, and the losers, again, will pack up the bags and hop in the vans and take their respective travels back home. The two teams, or the two matches we've got going on here on 13 and 14, McKendree JV1 is up 1-0 on Mobab. Again, Mobab having to deal with the absent bowler. So their chances coming in today were slim to none, but you know, they're still in after 3 rounds. They're still bowling. So they will probably head home after this match, but a valiant effort. You know, the guys are still here. They're still bowling. There's absolutely no shame in that.
Oh, of course. You gotta come out and still give it your best effort. Like we said before, you never know what could happen. That opponent might be off on that day. They might be struggling just as well. So you got to keep fighting and continue on just like you normally would.
And then the other match on 15 and 16, Lindenwood University Belleville JV1 is up 1-0 on the McKendree JV2 team. As we take a quick look into this match, about 3 frames in, McKendree looking at spare double 9 count. Belleville has went spare. Make that spare split as Belleville leaves the 2-4-10. Very tough split to convert.
Again, this is Contenders action here, what we're watching, and what you are viewing on your TV screen, mobile device, iPad, notepad, tablet, all of the above.
AM transistor radio.
I don't think that has video capability. Not sure.
Yeah.
That would be a little tough. St. Charles Lanes again here from St. Charles, Missouri. Lindenwood University just down the way. Several teams representing Lindenwood. Now Lindenwood University Belleville also represented. It's turned out to be a solid campus, of course, and an institution, and bowling is beginning to take off for them. And hopefully things will continue to grow for them as well.
And when you take a step back, and when you take back the scholarships that some of these kids may be on, and the bowling and the competition, the awards and the accolades that they rack up, they walk away from this with a great 4-year experience. And you make friends that you'll have for a lifetime. I'm not trying to sound corny or cliche, but it's true. I can come back to St. Charles. I'm just down the road in Louisville, but I can come back to St. Charles for a weekend and feel like I'm right at home. I
couldn't have said it better.
And we were talking at dinner a couple nights ago, how many people, and I'm sure this is true all across the country, how many bowlers came here from Washington State, from Illinois, from New York, from Texas, from everywhere, and they stayed here. After college, they graduated and they got jobs here and they stayed here. California. So, and I'm sure it's not just Lindenwood. I'm sure that it's Indiana, it's Mobab, it's McKendree, it's Fresno, all of them. It's an experience I wouldn't trade.
I would not trade it either. That experiences you'll never forget, of course, and friends you will never forget as well as bowling continues on. And in fact, prime example is because I really would think of any other reason, Farish, why I would be sitting here next to you. I mean, I had to like you at some point, and outside of that, I mean, why else would I?
I have no idea why else you would be. I know. Because we're a really good doubles team at Nationals, that's why. Just got to find a year when one of us, or when both of us can shoot something.
So we flip back on over now to 11 and 12. Also 9 and 10 in your picture. And the match beginning to take place on 9 and 10, but right now there's a 10-pin left from LU Belleville in the 5th frame. And on 9 and 10, the JV1 squad for McKendree purple. Now Tegan Clinton back into that anchor role. They've done a little lineup switcheroo, and appreciate them McKendree, for giving us
that
update with the matchup or with the new lineups as well.
Here, LU Belleville. This match, they won the, they lost the first game to Indiana University. So not only is this match do or die, this game for LU Belleville is do or die. They miss a single pin here in the 5th, and Indiana will ideally go 9 spare here in the 6th. And they're looking at about a 8 to 10 pin lead depending on count. Now Belleville up, comes in light behind the head pin, leaves the 2-8, a tricky double wood. Indiana looking to convert the 6 pin and over on 9 and 10, the McKendree battle. McKendree 1 starts out strike, 9 pin. 3 pin spare, and JV2 has started out 7 spare. So we saw a lot of striking early on in this tournament, at least on these featured pairs. Not so much now, because you've got guys that are bowling on top of the girls pattern, you've got the girls that are bowling on top of the guys pattern. A lot of times in college bowling, especially on Saturdays, the guys follow the guys and the girls follow the girls. But right now we've got guys following girls, girls following guys, JV varsity. I mean, you're mixing in different skill levels, you're mixing in different player types. So as the day goes on, we're going to see less and less striking. Whereas yesterday, there was more striking as the day went on because you had similar bowlers following similar bowlers.
So that's definitely a great observation there, Daniel. As you mentioned mentioned striking as well, and we said we'd talk about this a little bit later, and this is just about as good a time as any to congratulate Lindenwood's own Ben Houston Johnstone. Shot 300 yesterday.
That's a lot of striking.
Yes. That is indeed a lot of striking, of course, and again, congratulations to him. If I'm not mistaken, they should be still competing as a JV team.
Yes, the two Lindenwood men's teams, JV teams, are waiting to face each other in the next round. They're both still in the winner's bracket.
So again, on 11 and 12. Well, there's a strike off on lane 10 from McKendree JV1. A shot from Sammy Hagerman. Here in a close matchup on 11 and 12. Again, that old dreaded 1-2-4-7 for IU.
I think it's good.
It's got a chance.
I think it's good.
And that is successfully converted. That might even be textbook, if you will.
I don't really know if there is a textbook way to shoot that.
That's a good point, because you can hit the 1-2 and still not the 2 won't drive the 4 hard enough to get the 7 out, and vice versa.
Good shot. Oh, see another one of those situations. I thought that ball was gonna get up the hill. I thought it was gonna hook, and it never wrinkled.
That's a good break to leave a single pin, however.
So we are looking at a 1-pin match there.
Good carry for IU.
Now we take a quick look at 15 and 16. They've got a close match going here. LU Belleville won the first game there, and they're going to strike the 10th here. That's going to put them in the 190s. McKendree opens the 10th to shoot 180. So it looks like LU Belleville is going to advance through the contenders bracket, and McKendree will be going home.
2 pin successfully converted. I believe that is Megan Johnson.
While we stepped away, Indiana struck in the 9th for this women's match. Again, Belleville picks up that 2 pin, so a strike here in the 9th for Belleville. It's back to a 1-pin match.
This is Brittany Curtis stepping up for IU on lane 12. It's going to cross over, and the 9-pin will not fall on the crossover.
Double taps the 9, can't get it to fall. Belleville, good shot. Oh.
Well, that's a tough break.
Boy,
We've
that
seen
one
a couple
hurts.
of those so far today.
Yes, we have. Man, that was a good shot.
So listed on our lineup sheet is Megan Johnson here in the 4-hole. We know they had a lineup change as Shanice Daniels was leading off here in this game. So a tough 8-pin. Need to convert. We've got ourselves a 10-pin match here, Daniel. That would have been that would have been a very important strike.
And it comes back down to count, because if if you've got 121 in the 8th, if both teams have 121, but one team has a spare in the 9th and one team has a strike in the 9th, that 9 spare for the strike, you don't lose a pin because you're on a strike. You get the next 2 shots. But on that spare, you are going to lose 1. This could come down. That stone 8 could cost him not just because it wasn't a strike, but on the count itself.
She converts the spare. So now we will head to the 10th frame. But first for Indiana, this is Brittany Curtis. She has a 9-pin to deal with. First shot in the 10th, again, crossed over Brooklyn, left the 9-pin. Needs to convert. Tie ball game now. That's got a hook. It does. Spare converted. Now a strike will give them 161. If I'm not mistaken, this is Alexis Haith. Alexis Haith stepping up in the 10th for LU Belleville.
Needs the first one. Well,
the first one
to put some pressure on.
Put pressure on. That is rolling high, leaves the 3-pin.
But the 9 is not a bad count. IU can strike here to shut out.
So now, as Daniel said, Brittany Curtis, a strike will shut LU Belleville out. Now, IU with a chance here to move on and continue to bowl here. Again, this is Contenders match, varsity women's. And we will get to our McKendree match in just a second, depending on what happens here. So IU allows LU Belleville to go first.
Looks good. It is good.
The spare is good.
Okay, a strike.
So this is the essence of college bowling right here. One shot for IU to shut them out. Should she not, this is Brittany Curtis we're talking about, then Alexis Haith will have an opportunity to win the game for LU Belleville. There's Curtis. That one is left. And same situation.
Brooklyn,
she went Brooklyn, left the 9-pin. So one shot now for Alexis Haith. And I hope this is Alexis. I apologize if it's not.
Strike, and you stay in the tournament.
Strike to stay in the tournament and force a tie. Here's the offering.
I think it's
pretty good.
Oh, man.
Wrap 10. Wrap 10. Oh, good shot.
That was a real good shot.
That is a fantastic shot.
Oh.
And in that situation, Daniel, that's all you can ask for.
Yeah.
She put it where she needed to. It looked good off her hand. And unfortunately, of course, that's just the breaks of bowling sometimes. And unfortunately, somebody has to go home. And at this moment in time, it is Lindenwood University Belleville, a varsity contenders match. Great shot by Alexis Haith. Again, they had some lineup changes, so they moved some things around, and we assume that Alexis Haith, who led off, I believe in game 1, switched places with Shanice Daniels. Alexis Haith, again with the wrap 10.
The last match going on in front of us on our featured pairs, the McKendree JV Women Contenders match. McKendree won in the purple, McKendree 2 in the white. Purple won the first match, and they are looking at 159 in the 9th with a spare coming up, possibility here in the 10th. A large eruption down the house. I'm sure we'll find out what that was if you all heard that on our crowd mic. Looking for a spare here that's going to give them 159, and that's going to pretty much lock it up. That will lock it up. McKendree 2 can throw 3 in the 10th to shoot 165. McKendree 1 is already at 69 on that spare. So they will advance. They will stay alive in the contenders bracket, and McKendree 2 will go home.
So again, matches starting to wrap up fairly quickly. As we mentioned before, again, best of 3. And so bowling starting to kind of fly through. Now we start to get into the meat and potatoes, if you will, of bracket play.
I'm kind of hungry.
I could go for some meat and potatoes myself.
Say that right if any of the parents are in the bowling center and they're streaming this on their iPad, they might have meat and potatoes in the back of their car, a table behind lanes 13 and 14. But no, we do get a free lunch from the bowling center, which I'm sure we will take advantage of at some point as part of our broadcasting duties. They have really good burgers here, by the way.
And again, thank you to Randy Lightfoot.
Yes.
Of course, and the St. Charles Lane staff, Randy Carroll, and everyone associated with St. Charles Lanes.
Well, okay, here's what the large scream was from down the house that I mentioned. The McKendree men struck in the fill ball of the end of the game, 184-183, to beat Mobap.
Wow.
And as late as we are in this round, I'm assuming that was a game 3. We'll find out, but that was a strike to stay in the tournament.
I wonder, was it Darren Dunning? Dunning and I believe Dylan Polanski have been in the anchor role. That was varsity, correct?
Yes.
Have been in the anchor role for the varsity squad for McKendree today. I've seen both of them, of course, and either way, whether it's Polanski or Dunning, one of them got it done.
Somebody got it done.
And in essence, we'll move on. So, again, that's what we talked about. That's college bowling summed up in a nutshell, so to speak, and especially in the Baker format. And this is arguably the most important portion of college bowling. I'm talking about Baker because all, of course, the national championship, sectionals, to get to nationals, the ITCs, all contested in the Baker format. So it's very important for teams to kind of get that
experience,
camaraderie, experience. Yeah. There's a level of chemistry involved too in Baker. Just a little bit, of course, you know, obviously your teammates and you've already got chemistry, but it really shows in Baker play because you lean on one another more times than any. You know, team games, there's still that level of individualism just in, you know, it's your game.
Yep.
Of course, you can be subbed out, so to speak. But in Baker, it's 5 guys for 10 frames, sometimes 8 guys for 10 frames, but each one is so important.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my freshman year at Nationals, we all kind of got into a rhythm. I mean, if I remember right, Dre, one of the guys we bowled with who's from Chicago along with you, Dre.
My mans.
Dre would sweat. His hand would just get real sweaty. And he would always use his towel to dry it off, and then he would hand me the towel. I stood in the same spot during Baker. I'd go up, throw my shot, and we all stood in the same area. BV would do the same stupid stuff that Brian Valena has always done. Dre would always hand me that towel. He'd drape it on my arm like I'm a butler. It looks so stupid, but you get in the flow and you get in the rhythm. And
you don't want to mess it up.
No, you don't.
It's almost like it's not a superstition, but you don't want to change things.
No.
You just have that feeling like you don't want to jinx anything. So whatever you've done up until that point, you just got to keep doing it. And sometimes it's just subconsciously. You just do it. That's
something that my mother actually taught me. The first time that I shot 300, it was in a Sunday night league back at AMF Rolls Bowl Lanes in Louisville. And I was bowling that night. I threw a strike. I came back and I was talking to her at the table. I wasn't talking to my team. I wasn't hanging out with my friends. I was talking to her. I go up, throw a strike, come back, talk to her. So even to this day, when she comes up to watch Dad and I bowl league on Thursdays, if one of us is stringing strikes, she stays until we miss. And maybe that is superstitious. I don't know, but I've shot I've had a lot of success with my mother just standing back there and going in that same rhythm, whether it's talking to your parent or holding a towel for a teammate like you're the butler. It's the stupid stuff.
It almost could be an extension, and a long extension, of course, of a pre-shot routine, almost, so to speak.
Yeah.
You do what you have to do
Yep.
Pre-shot, but some of that stuff could be included in that. Mm-hmm. Not, again, subconsciously, but, you know, the same thing you mentioned, the towel, putting it on the shoulder. I know I was a guy who, at the time, I just didn't like anybody touching my thumb hole. And,
yeah.
So I would purposely, you know, put my bowling ball, flip it up or downward so the thumb hole wouldn't show. So just in case a little speck of rosin would get in there and all that kind of stuff. But
you had a ball sitting on a chair one day, and you left the 10-pin, or it was your Sonic X. It was your spare ball. And you say, hey, DQ, hand me the spare ball. So I just instinctively popped my thumb in the hole and picked it up.
That's what I
you
mean.
gave
that's the
me
first
a look.
thing you do.
Man, I thought, oh man, I thought I had just like stepped on your puppy or something. You gave me a look. Never again did I put any of my fingers in any of your bowling balls ever. I learned my lesson.
How about that?
Don't do that.
Stories from the past here at InsideBowling.com. Again, Emil Williams Jr. here with you. That's Daniel Farish, Matt Turek.
Oh.
And actually, that's Ricky Matsko. How about that?
A member of one of our JV teams, still in the tournament. And
he gave me the thumbs up. We talked about this earlier. He wasn't supposed to be up here, but you're still bowling. There you have it. Look at that. He's doing two things at one time. You can't beat that. This is the kind of service we give you here at InsideBowling.com. And
this is like one of the guys that makes our jobs easier. We just show up, sit down with the headsets on, and talk. These guys are the ones that set everything up, make sure everything's working, and then tear it down.
Absolutely. A shout out to the crew here. Definitely producers. Producers are one of the most important, if not the most important, in a broadcast crew. It's very important for what they do, and I believe Ricky's mom.
Yeah, shout out for Ricky's mom.
Gets a chance to see her son. Absolutely. So we talked about some things earlier as far as contenders and winners matches go. We still hear bowling down the way here, Daniel, so we're not completely sure.
That's 25 and 26.
What's taking place?
Well, that would still be McKendree and Mobap. So I guess that strike may have been
1-1.
1-1.
To force a game 3.
Yes.
That's what that was about. It looks like.
All right, to just give you a quick update, I do see the LU men down here wandering around, so I believe they are still in. That's varsity.
JV as well. I think the JV squad will be.
I believe both JV
right
teams.
Here, both JVs.
Yeah, both JVs are actually facing off against each other on 19 and 20. Oh, they already beat LU2. Excuse me. Okay. Well, one already beat 2. And then LU varsity is in the Contenders match. I've got that somewhere. There it is. They are going to be on 13 and 14. One of our pairs here bowling up against the winner of McKendree and Mobap. So you all have been asking for the LU varsity men. We haven't had a chance to have them on our featured pairs yet. We're about to have them. I would like a Sprite. That'd be nice. And large would be great. Thank you. We're flying by the seat of our pants here. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, all right. How about that? Looks like that's news straight from Mike Flanagan. As someone touches me, hey, there's another former bowler. Mr. Ryan Council. Ryan is famous on Inside Bowling, if I'm not mistaken, as well. He's a part of the new world record holders for highest team game in the world.
In the history of the United States Bowling Congress.
How about that? Defeating our coach and his squad back in the day, OT Hills.
That team was Randy Lightfoot, Jim Hankemeyer, John Weber. There's two more that are slipping my mind. I know there's a banner up in here somewhere, but that's a team of legends right there. And these guys, they didn't beat it by like 5.
No, they put a little distance like between it. That's
20-something.
Buckets on deck.
Yeah.
I believe that took place at the Harvest down the way. Video of that, of course, is on Inside Bowling's YouTube channel. So feel free to go on and check that out, of course. So a lot of history here in St. Charles. Lindenwood, of course, and world records and all kind of stuff happened here.
Well, that's something that I tell a lot of people when I would go back to Louisville, whether I was going home for spring break or summer break or even after I graduated. There's so much history in this city of bowling. I mean, you had the Budweisers, you have the Webers, you have just everything throughout the hit. They've got the bowling, or they used to have the Bowling Hall of Fame or the museum here downtown before it was moved with the USBC. But there's just a respect for the game, for the sport in this city that I don't think you see anywhere outside of maybe Detroit.
Yeah, I got to tell you, and being from Chicago, I'd like to say that we also have a profound respect for the game. A lot of legends in the Chicago area as well. But St. Louis is just a great overall sports town. You know, Cardinals, of course, baseball. Everybody's a Cardinals fan. Everybody's a Blues fan. We were just at a restaurant last night. Blues won, and they always bring the crowd out as well. But a great sports town. Also, congratulations to the Brooklyn Styles winning the live ESPN show today. Sean Rash, Jason Sterner, Tom Hess, Ryan Simonelli, Ryan Schaefer, and Walter Ray Williams Jr. So PBA League action we alluded to earlier. We saw it briefly on the tube today.
Two names.
Just a couple of TVs around us.
Two names jump out at me from that list. One, Walter Ray. We haven't seen Walter Ray do much lately over the last couple seasons. I'm really glad to see him on there. And Jason Sterner, he has been absolutely tearing up everything he's been bowling. That man has been bowling phenomenal. Just a quick note, we will be moving the scoreboard camera off of 9 and 10 onto 11 and 12. 11 and 12 is going to be the women's junior varsity semifinal between Lindenwood and McKendree. And I guess that means that it's, if Lindenwood wins that,
there you have it.
That's it. If I'm not completely mistaken here.
We'll try to get some confirmation on that just to make sure our bracket is indeed correct. So looks like, again, that should be possibly the PBA's highest rated show in the last 10 years, which would be saying a lot.
Wow. Really?
But of course,
man, that would be
again,
something.
we didn't get a chance to. We saw bits and pieces. I'll catch it on when I get home on the old DVR. Again, you don't want to miss it. Jason Sterner apparently does some nice stuff. But again, you alluded to it earlier, Daniel. Jason Sterner has been fantastic. He was did very well and successful at the World Series of Bowling as well. Had to strike out, I believe, or double in the 10th just to make a show. As well. So something amazing happens, and hopefully for those of you who are watching us right now live, we'll get a chance to watch that later on at some point. I will watch it probably tomorrow when I get an opportunity.
All right, so in front of us this round, we are going to have, it is confirmed, the LU women's JV. Lindenwood won against McKendree won. And if what I believe is correct, if Lindenwood wins the first best of 3, they win the JV portion of the tournament. If McKendree wins, then they go to a second best out of 3. And on lanes 13 and 14, varsity men's action, Lindenwood and McKendree. They will be on 13 and 14. I believe that is it for what's going to be in front of us. So the LU JV men are awaiting their matchup from the Contenders bracket. They will be on 15 and 16 a little bit later in the broadcast.
Once both teams are on your pairs and ready for practice, you may begin your 8 balls of practice on each lane for each
So Ricky Matsko is going to update a couple of those brackets for me. I don't think I've got them fully filled out. So he's going to help me out there.
Actually, let me go ahead and check that for you. We check the old tablet here, check the old email, see what we have. And doesn't look like we've got a new update via email yet, but we'll have it for you nonetheless.
See, right now Lindenwood has 2 of the premier bowling families in the city. Have sons on this team, Danny Spink and Ray Spink, brothers. Danny, a senior, Ray, I believe, a sophomore. And then also Kyle Sherman is a freshman. That kid used to come out and practice with us when he was 11, 12, and you knew he was going to be something special. He is just over halfway through his freshman year. He already has 5 all-tournament teams and 1 tournament win. So a great start to what could be an amazing career.
No doubt about that. That is pretty impressive. I believe that's something no one has done in the history of this program.
I neglected to also mention that Danny and Ray also had an older sister, Dana. She's already went through the program, bowled here. So the Spinks are donating a lot of the bloodlines to Lindenwood University bowling.
Possibly one of the better matches that will take place today. Just on the two teams matched up, varsity contest, Lindenwood and McKendree. Varsity matchup with a chance to stay alive. One of these teams now will be eliminated.
And then a championship match to the left of them between the Lindenwood JV women and the McKendree women. Again, McKendree would have to defeat Lindenwood twice in order to win. Lindenwood only has to beat McKendree once. Each team will get 8 shots on each lane before we start. We've seen both of these pairs go from being somewhat high scoring to very low scoring in the last couple of rounds. We'll see if these guys and girls have any issue with them. I don't think we've seen any of these teams on these pairs, so they don't have an idea of how they're playing. This ought to be a great match, both of them.
Off to our left here, we've got several, I believe, or no, I should say at least 1 or 2 women's matches. I know there are some practice pairs also in that area. So
the one on 7 and 8 is a women's varsity match winners bracket, Lindenwood and McKendree.
Well, there you have it.
And then to the left of them is going to be a contenders match, women's varsity, Indiana and Illinois. So the men faced off, Indiana and Illinois, in the men's varsity winners bracket. And now the women are facing off in the women's varsity contenders bracket. Well, you put 2 teams from the same Power Sports Conference together, they just can't stay away from each other.
How about that?
Wow. We just read in the chat, for those of you that are watching and may not be following the chat, Mike Flanagan, the pioneer of inside bowling, got to bowl against Terrell Owens.
Terrell
Owens?
Terrell.
Is he still relevant enough that it matters?
Yes.
Okay, Terrell Owens.
He's on the PBA show. That's relevant. He actually should be playing football, but that's just my opinion.
I was going to say. A little bit of solo performance there by somebody singing. We'll turn that down.
We might also get an opportunity to, I don't know if we will, but something amazing has happened here. Some of you may have seen it before. As it's like one of the coaches for LU, Connor Drum, sporting a very, very nice.
That's a word to use.
Tie-dye.
That is a
suit combination
that can be used. Yes.
It's solid. It's solid.
I think the color itself is actually not very solid. So as we prepare, these guys wrapping up practice. Again, should be 2 of the better matches we've seen all day.
LU versus McKendree, both women's and men's varsity. Again, one being a winners match, that being the women, and this one a contenders match for the men. As the 2 teams now will switch lanes here and start to go at it here momentarily.
wrapping up right here in front of us. These two McKendree teams kind of converging together at the end of practice. A big team meeting. You know, that does kind of help when you've got your women's team or your men's team right next to you, because you've got more voices in the pit area that can cheer for you. I mean, if I'm bowling a men's match and I see that our women are next to us, my attention's not going to be solely on them, obviously, but if I see them double or make a spare, you know, I'm going to clap, I'm going to cheer, and it's just an extra voice in the pit area to help keep you pumped up.
And I talked about it earlier, the winner of 3 matches here early. It looks like Illinois has moved on, and they have clinched a berth in the championship match as men's varsity we're speaking of. Again, if they need an extra match, we'll have that for you, but a long way still before we decide who they will face in that matchup. First, we have to get through Lindenwood and McKendree. The winner of this match will move on to take on Indiana.
And that will be on 15 and 16. So, like you said, as the tournament kind of whittles down and we get down to fewer teams, all the matches, the key matches are going to be right here in front of us.
So we will have everything you'll need to see, especially to crown champions at the 4th annual Lindenwood Lions Classic. And let's see, we'll take a look at the women's varsity as well. You know, we spoke about brackets all day long. There's men's and women's varsity and men's and women's JV action, of course, each separate, each with their own bracket, and each will crown their own champion. In a couple of matches here, again, we mentioned Lindenwood and McKendree. That is a winner's match. That winner will move on, and will have clinched a berth in the championship match. And then the loser will will move to the round 5 match, and they will face the winner of the Indiana-Illinois match, again, women's varsity. So same scenario, but opposites for both men and women. And Illinois has a chance to potentially come away with the sweep here.
Yes.
As does Lindenwood.
As does McKendree.
Taking a look at the JV men. Again, JV 1. The Lindenwood JV 1 squad looks like they have clinched a berth in a final. And then right now, looks like we'll have the on lanes 21 and 22 McKendree JV 1 and LU Belleville JV 1. That winner will then move on to face Lindenwood JV 2, and then we could have a potential Lindenwood final. JV 1 could take on JV 2 for the right to say who's the best JV squad.
As they did in the round of 4.
University.
They did in the last round, and JV 1 beat JV 2 to knock them into the contenders bracket.
So, but McKendree could have some say in that. Their JV 1 squad, again, facing LU Belleville's JV 1. And the winner will move on to that. LU Belleville with a chance as well. And then in the JV women's finale,
which is right here in front of us.
Which is indeed right here. JV 1, Lindenwood JV 1 versus McKendree JV 1. And it looks like McKendree will have to defeat Lindenwood JV 1 twice.
Yes, sir.
If they want to be crowned the 4th annual JV Women's Lions Classic champion. So, folks, again, there you have it. Oh, what a graphic. Look at Matt.
Yeah.
Look at that guy.
Yeah.
Look at him. But if you miss any of that, folks, again, feel free to pop a question in the chat, and we will answer the questions, any bracket questions you may have. But this is the championship match for sure, and then women's JV in front of us here.
leads it off. Oh.
And his lemons, as they like to call them.
Yeah, they do call them lemons.
They call them lemons. Quick note about Dan Lemons. If I'm not mistaken, I know my memory, if it serves me well, And his first USBC Open Championships appearance, he shot 300. If I'm not mistaken.
I think I remember hearing that.
Because I thought I wrote about it.
Ooh, lucky break there.
Tyler Vox crossed over, but he got the carry.
Now McKendry goes long, way long. Misses the head pin, leaves the 1-2.
Interesting note, Daniel. McKendry was on this pair earlier when they lost to Indiana. They had some issues getting the correct ball reaction, the ball reaction that they like. They were wide on a couple of shots on this pair, so intriguing note to follow.
Well, it's something that we can look back at and see if maybe they can get it figured out. They've already had a couple games here as we see Lindenwood in the 3-hole go a little bit high. You know, they've obviously figured out what doesn't work on this pair. So they would be smart not to go back to that. Yeah, we now see the scoreboard graphic up in real time so you can see it as it happens. Double 7 for Lindenwood and 1 spare on the board for McKendry. Daniel Farish here alongside Emil Williams Jr. bringing you live coverage of the 4th annual Lindenwood Lion Collegiate Classic here from St. Charles Lanes in St. Charles, Missouri. We are down to pretty much about 4 to 6 teams in each, or excuse me, 4 to 5 teams in each bracket in front of us right now. The Lindenwood men varsity contenders match taking on McKendry varsity. To the left of them is women's JV match. This is a final right here. Lindenwood JV 1 versus McKendry JV 1. If the Lindenwood women, they came through the winner's bracket. If they can win this best of 3, they win the JV portion of this tournament. McKendry would have to beat Lindenwood twice in order to win. And then further on down the house, we do have some matches still going on. Women's varsity right now. Contenders match, IU and Illinois doing battle down on lanes 3 and 4. And then men's JV, McKendry 1 and Lindenwood University Belleville 1. Action down on lanes 21 and 22. And we'll bring you updates from those matches outside of the viewing area when we do get the updates.
Lineup for the Lindenwood varsity squad, as you see Danny Spink convert the 10-pin. Dan Lemish, Tyler Vox, or Vokes, I beg your pardon. Tyler Vokes, Joey Petzold, Danny Spink, and Kyle Sherman will bring up the rear for Lindenwood, and for McKendry, Riley Smith, Sean Bibby, I believe that's how you pronounce it, Dylan Polanski, Billy Netzhammer, and Darren Dunning in the anchor position. For McKendry, the JV1 here on lane 12, Amanda Carnuth, Samantha Friedman, Kelly Clapper, Sammy Hagerman, and Tegan Clinton. And for the LU JV1 women,
Aaron's going to lead it off for the Lindenwood JV women. Elizabeth Beauchamp is second, Amanda Richards third, Emily Huddleston fourth, and Leanne Price fifth.
Aaron Michaelfelder, Elizabeth Beauchamp, Amanda Richards, Emily Huddleston, and Leanne Price for Lindenwood JV1. Up right now for LU. This is Amanda Richards. We know she has fans in the chat room. And she crosses over. Looked like that ball started up a little early. And she leaves the 10-pin, obviously makeable spare. I want to give a quick shout out to.
What did he leave? I didn't see that.
That was,
I'm sorry, Sherman left the.
That was the 1-5.
7-9, 8?
7-8.
Okay. Okay. Wow. That's ugly. McKendry with a big strike here in the 4th frame. Good shot by by Billy. Excuse me, I was looking at the wrong sheet here.
That was Billy Netzhammer. Again, shout out to Ryan Granahan, also known as G.
Money.
G Money in the chat room.
Dan Lemish gets it out. 2-10. Can't get the 2 out. An opening here for the McKendry Bearcats.
See the scoreboard graphic on your screen up top in the right corner. So the wonderful graphic and technology here. Good shot there. That was Emily Huddleston on the left lane. Here is Darren Dunning now leading the 7-pin for McKendry varsity. Again, this men's varsity match is a contenders match. The loser will go home.
The winner will go on to face Indiana, and they will be vying for the right to go to the finals. But you've got to get through this match if you want to get to the finals. Now Leanne Price gives up on the approach for Lindenwood women over here on lane 11. The women with a 15 to 25 pin advantage based on count, throws a good shot. Ball never gets up. Dan Lemish spares the 2-10 over on lane 16. Excuse me, lane 14. A single pin conversion there by McKendry in the 5th. Darren Dunning. McKendry women have come out a little slow in this game against Lindenwood in this women's pseudo final. A strike to start, and then 2 of the next 3 frames opens as Leanne Price will spare the bucket in the 5th, giving Lindenwood a 27-pin advantage halfway through this first game. Again, all these matches are best 2 out of 3. That hasn't changed. McKendry back on the board in the 5th. Anchor bowler Tegan Clinton with a strike. She's been clutch all day, from the play-in this morning all the way through the elimination rounds.
A shot from McKendry.
Lindenwood men
pressure on.
Start with a double. They can't buy a strike after that. Hitting the pocket just twice.
McKendry is clean so far through 6. And the spare is made by Vokes. Tyler Vokes. Gotta make sure we get that corrected.
Vokes.
On paper, it looks like Vox.
Now, there is no E.
But I remember watching, I believe something on IB, and his name came up, and it was indeed Vokes.
Leadoff for Lindenwood JV. Aaron picks up that 10-pin in the 6th frame, trying to maintain that lead over McKendry, who leaves a Swisher pocket 7-10 in their respective 6th frame. I didn't think she deserved that. I thought she maybe deserved a 7 or a 10, but not both. She'll pick up the 7.
And in a close match, sometimes that's all it takes. Joey Petzo gets out of what would have been a terrible break, leaves just a 2-4-8, knocks the 10 out.
At this point, the Lindenwood men have got to think about trying to string some strikes at the end of this game. You assume the spare here, and I'm going to. It is a varsity men's match. I'm going to assume the spare here. You've got to find a way to get to 2-0. Danny Spink has got to get up in the 9th and throw that clutch shot. He was your tournament champion for the individual portion yesterday. And then Kyle Sherman, the hot-handed freshman, has got to figure out a way to shake that split off that he had in the 5th and try and find a way to get that first one in the 10th. McKendry men with the spare in the 7th. They roughly hold about a 10-pin lead over Lindenwood.
Tough spare here, the 2-4-8. It is choppable, but Petzo goes right at it and hard and straight and gets the job done. So that will allow Danny Spink to set it up here for Kyle Sherman in the 10th frame. McKendree just in the 8th. I think that was Brooklyn.
It was. Got the 9-10 out, left the 6, so a 9 spare here. McKendree will have a 10-pin lead with 2 frames to go over Lindenwood. McKendree women spare the bucket in the 7th, but they are still a good 48 pins behind Lindenwood with 3 frames to go.
And this is the JV match we're talking about. Here's Spink. That one is wide right, and that is a washout. The 1-2-4-10 for Danny Spink. Spink, he's no stranger to inside bowling as well. Won the IB Open, I believe, this past year. And
he won the IB Open?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Wow. Well, good for Danny.
2012 winner of the IB Open.
McKendree flags a single pin, flags that 6 pin in the 8th. That strike that Lindenwood could have gotten in the 9th would have been huge. Again, we go back to count. That 6 count puts them down 4, and then Danny proceeds to get 2 off the washout. 151 in the 9th.
So here's the situation. 181 max for LU varsity. Stepping up to the plate here is Billy Netzhammer for McKendree. Any mark would do. And he gets the late 10 to fall. The old tomahawk looked like, the late 10 chop. So now a strike in the 9th. So McKendree in control here in game number 1.
Sherman needs the double. Real quick, the women's JV match, Linda was still with a 40-pin advantage over McKendree with 2 frames to go. A strong wrap 7 here in the 9th frame. Good shot by Emily Huddleston for Lindenwood. And now Sherman up on the right lane. You really got to think double in this situation. Needs the first one, though. Out the window. Again, that's something, these Lindenwood men, they lost so early that a lot of their day has been spent on the high end of the house, where where the men have been. So those pairs have been broken down a lot more than these pairs, where we've seen a lot more of the women bowling. And a lot more of the JV teams who might not play the lanes the same way that a varsity team would. And these Lindenwood guys, they got to get it figured out.
There's Dunning's offering in the 10th.
Great shot.
Good shot.
And that will give McKendree the game 1 win over Lindenwood.
So far, again, we mentioned there was some play. Actually, when we began opening round play here in the beginning of the day at 10:30, the men were down here. And in fact, I believe they bowled a couple of sets, 2 matches. Winners and contenders are opening round into the contender and winners as it broke down. McKendree did find themselves on this pair facing Indiana and had a tough time and lost to Indiana. Well, now it looks like they have gotten it together. Kyle Sherman pulls out another ball. We'll try something different. Game already in hand for McKendree, so an opportunity to try a different ball out. They will confer, of course, and with each other along with coaches.
And here's a question for you. You bowled college 4 years. You understand the Baker format, the strategy behind it. You've got pretty much Lindenwood has a 1-game match right here. You've got an anchor bowler who just went open. Do you let him do this ball change and leave him there? Or do you try and move him out and maybe get a Danny Spink in there or someone? I mean, nobody really stood out that game. But do you try something different or do you stay with your man?
Well, it's kind of tough. I mean, it depends. It depends on how much faith you have in that guy. In all honesty, I wasn't a head coach, obviously, but just being in that situation, more times than not, that guy will probably stay in that because he's down there for a reason. That's the first thing. So he's probably came through for the team time and time again before, and I'd reference that in my situation as we compare. As the spare is made in the 10th frame for McKendree, Brian Valenta and Shea Bittenbender are probably 2 of the best anchor bowlers I've had a chance to bowl with. But when you have that situation, might be different. When you have interchangeable guys like that, I mean, you probably feel okay about making that switch. I think the same could be said here. It's Danny Spink.
I agree.
Was in the 4-hole, but it looks like now he will move to the leadoff position. So interesting lineup change here.
Well, leadoff is one of those. Leadoff is a very, very important position because it's a guy that sets the tone for the team. Again, Lindenwood with a split or a strike to start the game, and then a split in that second frame. McKendree has yet to throw their shot.
An update on the JV McKendree Lindenwood match in the women. As McKendree starts with a strike, I believe Lindenwood did come away with that victory. So if Lindenwood's JV, I'm talking about women, the JV win this game, they are up 1-0. They will win the JV women portion of the Lions Classic.
And it looks like the experience that McKendree had on this pair from before may be paying off because they haven't fallen into that same trap that Lindenwood has.
Getting back to your brief anchor question, Daniel. As we see, we were talking about it. We see Danny Spink move up to the leadoff position. And I look at this lineup now, and if they were to make a move, I wouldn't doubt that Dan Lemish would go to the anchor position. I've watched him bowl in that spot several times for this squad. So look for that possibility as well. Right now the lineup goes Spink, Vokes, Joey Petzel still in the 3-hole. Quite light and leaves the 8-pin.
At some point, you've got to move right. At some point, I mean, at some point, you've got to move right. You've got to square up because all these Lindenwood guys are coming in light. They're coming in behind the head pin. I don't know if you ball down with something a little more aggressive or you make a 1-and-1 right or a 2-and-1 right, a different hand position, get the ball to read the lane a pinch earlier. I'm not sure what each individual bowler's adjustment would be, but they've got to do something.
I think a move right would definitely probably help them out. I think sometimes it's hard during the middle of competition to kind of go away from what you may be used to or what you're comfortable with or what your team's strengths may even be.
Well, I'm not saying make a jump from one zone to another.
Oh, of course.
I'm just saying just try and square everything up a little bit more. Don't let that ball be going so far right off your hand.
Again, and again, McKendree, prime example. They've been on this pair, so again, and they know what the tendencies were, what failed them in the past, and now those things seem to be corrected. Now Lemish in the 4-hole. So we talked about Danny Spink. We talked about those interchangeable guys in the 4 and 5.
Yep.
But it looks like Kyle Sherman again will have the task. And, it's like I originally thought, the tendency, you just kind of stay with that guy, but, they stay with him. Maybe move some guys up like they did. They put Spink at the top, and you get a strike in your leadoff position. You've got a strike by a Lemish in your 4-hole, and now you got to trust that Kyle can produce that double. The McKendree, meanwhile, with a double, 9 spare. And Netzhammer just has to deal with the 2-pin.
Meanwhile, over on the women's pair, Amanda Richards chops the 3 off the 3-6. But McKendree's come out and went split, strike, split, split. So while that open in the third is costly for the Lions, for the Lindenwood Lions women's JV team, they're still getting some help.
For Kyle Sherman.
He needed that one, not just for the game, but for his confidence.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It's no question. He's had a couple of shots that didn't go his way. We saw him down here earlier in the opening match against Central Missouri. He had to overcome some things as well. He did put one down in the 10th, but Central Missouri's anchor matched him and shot for shot. Here's
Need
Spink
this one
back.
from Danny. Got it.
That's a good shot. Daniel Spink, Danny Spink, member of the, or former Junior Team USA member, as is the gentleman to my left, Daniel Farish. How about that?
Lifetime ago, buddy. Absolute lifetime ago.
Hey, listen. In the history books, your name's going to be there. And Dunning gets the pin action. Darren Dunning, again from my neck of the woods, Chi-Town.
All of these bowlers, again, these bowlers not just vying for a tournament title here, but for the right to go to sectionals and nationals later in the season.
That's got a hook.
And try and pick up a national championship ring, as the guy to my right has done.
A lifetime ago.
The record books, yada, yada, yada.
How about that? The McKendree now double, 9-spare strike. They're at the top of the lineup. This is Riley Smith on the right lane, lane 14, and he is high. Leaves it 3-6-10. A clutch three-bagger for the Lions, and Vokes just with the 2-pin to deal with here in the 7th.
Got it.
And that one is a spare on the scoreboard.
Over here in this women's final, McKendree has opened 4 of the first 6 frames. Lindenwood now looking to double in the 6th. They go heavy on the head pin 3-6. But Lindenwood is still with a 15-20 pin lead over here. Again, this is the final for the JV women's bracket. Lindenwood wins this game, they win the match, they win the JV portion of the tournament.
And Riley Smith converted the 3-6-10 for McKendree. Joey Petzel with an 8th frame opportunity here. Needs a good shot. Strike would be good. Does he get the carry? No. It was high, and he leaves the 6 pin. The Lions are 1 frame ahead. McKendree with 108 in the 5th on the spare.
If everything stays even, you could say that Lindenwood is probably going to be down 2 to 3 pins if McKendree keeps the same pace as LU has through these 7th and 8th frames.
Right now, you would think at this point the difference in the match is an open frame back in the 2nd. Lindenwood was able to get that back with a 3-bagger in the middle, and now back-to-back 3-6-10s on the right lane, something to keep our eyes on as well about the right lane in particular.
Not just that, but I know at least that shot from watching where he was lined up and where you think that ball should be projected off his hand, that was left off his hand. So not only do they have to keep up with the lanes, but they've got to pay attention to themselves as Joey knocks down the 6-pin spare.
Petzel with the fist pump there, knew it when he let it go. It's always a good feeling in a big-time situation. Sometimes the spare gives you even more jitters, more butterflies, makes you more nervous than the first shot. So you could hear a pin drop here, and that's the atmosphere of college bowling.
Solid back-to-back 3-6-10 spares for McKendree. A strike here puts them up 11 on count. 9 spare, it's tie ball game.
See if LU will allow McKendree to complete their 8th frame. Doesn't look like they will. As Amanda Richards on the left gets the count on the 4-7-10.
This match is all but over.
JV
for the women.
With women in control. A couple of frames away from being crowned the 4th annual Lions Classic JV Women's Champs, and a big shot
by Dan Lemish.
By Dan Lemish. Lemons from the Rockford area. Done a lot of striking in his clutch days at Nationals, and ooh, what a break that was.
Breaks down the 4 off the 4-10 into a makeable spare.
So again, here's the situation, Daniel. It's Kyle Sherman up in the 10th frame.
And if you're Kyle, you don't wait. You don't let McKendry go. You want to.
Good point.
You keep that same rhythm going.
Good point. He threw a good shot in frame number 5. The 10 was late to get out. Let's see if it'll go again. First of all, got to do what you got to do, and that's throw it good.
4-pin.
Good shot. 4-pin. Meanwhile, Emily Huddleston converts the 2-4-7. So again, the JV women in control. And there's a clutch spare.
At this point, the JV women do have it won.
And indeed, you are correct. Mathematically, that one is over. Formalities to continue. But in essence, a tie game at the moment. Again, McKendry a frame behind. But Kyle Sherman has to have it here. The spare on the 4-pin attempt. And just gets it. You got to remember, though, and as great of a bowler this young man has already set out to be, and he's producing, the level of experience being in this form of situation is not on his side as of yet. In the team environment, he's a freshman, but a pretty darn good one.
And you want to talk, you talking about count, that 8 count by McKendry right there is going to force their anchor bowler to double the 10th to win this match and to advance onto a match against Indiana with the right to bowl for the championship.
You mentioned good burgers earlier here at
There's 2
St.
sitting
Charles
right next to us, man. I just saw them.
All right.
This 2-5 is choppable, but he knocks it down no problem. I hate that spare. Personally, I absolutely hate that spare.
All right. Kyle Sherman needs good count here as well on the field shot.
Needs 9 to force the double.
Lindenwood trying to stay alive. Their tournament hosting the Lions Classic.
What did he get?
He got 7.
Strike spare by McKendry will win the match. Anything less, we will have a tie or a loss for McKendry. Darren Dunning is their anchor player. He's made some great shots today.
He has. And you can't expect anything less at this point.
No. Like you said, that's why he's there. That's why he's in that position.
This is the lane that this team had trouble with, he in particular. And let's see if he can put one in the hole here.
And he did it. But
not over yet.
Our Greek church here is killer. You know, something not makeable.
Not over yet.
I mean, even a 3-6-10, a 2-5, a double wood. I mean, you've got to make one more quality shot here.
At the worst, you want to leave a single pin. What's going on with the women's varsity match on 7 and 8? It looks like it has been completed. We did not get any signal or word on who won. We do know that it was a winner's match, of course. So the loser of that match not eliminated as of yet. But we'll get you an update as quickly as possible. The shot of the day
right here
for McKendry. Darren Dunning. Everybody looking. Lindenwood, both teams. Here it is. There it is. And there you have it.
The #1 seed and hosting team has been, I wouldn't call this an upset. They've been beaten in the contenders round.
Definitely not an upset. These are the top 2 seeds.
Yeah, exactly.
And kind of one of the most anticipated matchups. Many, I'm sure, thought they would meet in the championship. Not here in round number 5. Darren Dunning with the double.
Huge double.
Huge double to send McKendry to a date with Indiana. team who they lost to a few rounds ago. Two teams begin to shake hands, of course. Dunning will finish it out.
And for those of you asking in the chat, the Lindenwood women, the varsity match on 7 and 8, which was the winner's bracket match. The Lindenwood women were swept 2-0 by McKendree. So they would go on to the loser's bracket, and they will face the winner of the other women's match that was going on down there, Indiana and Illinois.
You got to feel a little bit for Kyle Sherman. You know, we've both been in that particular situation before, and not necessarily as anchor bowls, but being on the team, of course, and then rallying and hoping and rooting for your teammates, and then feeling the same thing he feels in the aftermath. But we mentioned, you know, Kyle's just a freshman, and there will be plenty of other situations like this that he will encounter, and I can guarantee that in his time as a Lindenwood Lion. And so the kind of player he is and has become, again, from watching him grow up around us a little bit, he will take this, of course, and learn from it. And it's no question, of course, how he's feeling, and you feel for him. But McKendree, Darren Dunning, did what he had to do as well. And that's what it comes down to. We talked about the anchor situation, and you trust your guy, and win or lose.
If you want to look at, you know, if I were to look at that match and find anything that maybe Kyle Sherman possibly did wrong, if that's a word to use, is, you know, that fifth frame, he went high flush. And it was a high flush strike, got the 10 out late. Could have made a 1-0. Could have made a 1-1. It's hard to make that move. It is very difficult to make that move when you know that you've got to double the 10th to keep your team ahead. I mean, you've really got to have some matzo on you, if you will. And, I mean, we are older, more experienced, more educated. Maybe we make that move. Maybe we take that gamble. But it is a risk, because if you make that move, you've been coming in light all day on this pair.
Well, we don't really know what they discussed and what was talked about. So
exactly. We're not down there.
He threw the best shot he could. And, you know, he left a 4-pin. But good bowling by Lindenwood nonetheless. Come away with an all-tournament team member. In fact, they had a couple of all-tournament team individuals from the squad, as a matter of fact. Danny Spink, Dan Lemish, and Kyle Sherman, all part of the all-tournament team. But they fall to McKendree and are eliminated here from the tournament. McKendree will then move on again to face Indiana, which should be in our viewing area. But
and now to touch on the other match that was going on down there, the Lindenwood JV women easily handled the McKendree JV women in the final. So they are your JV, I guess, tournament champions.
They are. Congratulations.
So congratulations to the women's JV, Lindenwood University women's JV team. That's a lot to get out right there. Get my brackets. Let's see if we can figure out who's going to be in front of us. On lanes 15 and 16, we're going to have Indiana and McKendree College. That is men's varsity on lanes 15 and 16. On lanes 9 and 10, we're going to have women's varsity, women Lindenwood University. And it looks like it's either going to be Indiana or Illinois. I don't see either wandering around the pit area down there on 9 and 10, so I can't really, not sure at this point.
Well, Indiana and McKendree, again, in the varsity match, the Contenders, or now it's just a match. Again, this is the Contenders match. I beg your pardon. Looks like it will be on 15 and 16, and then directly in front of us, this is Lindenwood. Again, the JV.
Yeah, what's in front of us right now is Lindenwood 2 and McKendree 1. Okay, so women's JV bracket, that's done. So here's we're going to have here round 5, lanes 15 and 16. Men's varsity Contenders, Indiana and McKendree. The winner of that will go on to face Illinois for the championship. Women's varsity, lanes 9 and 10. Looks like it's going to be Lindenwood and Illinois. The winner of that will go on to face McKendree for the championship. And men's JV, on 13 and 14. LU 2 against McKendree. The winner of that will go on to face LU 1 for the championship.
So we've whittled it down to
the scoreboards we will have, the graphic on the screen are going to be of lanes 9 and 10, which is that women's varsity contender final, and 15 and 16, which will be the men's varsity contender final.
a lot of pieces of paper up here in the booth right now.
Now that we're down to 2 teams or 3 teams in each bracket, this is a heck of a lot easier.
It's well, that's what makes it fun. Well, there's a lot to get through, and of course, it's made it pretty cool for us as well to be able to decipher all of the information and present it in what we thought and hoped to be was a pretty good fashion.
Yes, it is. I mean, this tournament couldn't have played out any better. One thing you always fear when you're running a tournament, whether you're the tournament director or the proprietor of the bowling center, is lane breakdowns. And they had one pair go down for maybe 15 minutes. Everything else has been smooth. I mean, no complaints that I've heard from the bowlers. Everybody seems to be happy with the way things are running. Maybe you're not happy that you got beat, but only you control that. You control your destiny in that area. So,
I think, like I said, it's been smooth, and this is the 4th time now that LU and head coach Phil Viner and Randy Lightfoot have put on this tournament, and they continue to tweak things, of course, but they've done a good job. Fantastic. Little wrenches in the format are actually good because they produce something different.
Yes.
That is not normally seen, and so it kind of keeps everybody interested in what can take place in the results.
And we have made a change that the scores for the graphics are going to be on 13 and 14. The Lindenwood McKendree match, JV contender final, not on the IU McKendree match. So still a lot of bowling ahead. Each one of these matches in front of us will determine which one of these teams will go on to bowl for the championship. All of these are contender matches. You lose, you're done. It's as simple as that. And we'll have to keep our eye on this pair on 13 and 14 because the varsity men on this pair last game or last round, especially that first game, and especially the Lindenwood team had issues coming in light. The ball's pushing. It seems like yesterday when everybody, the divisions stayed on their respective pairs, the lanes dried up for men and women. And now that you're mixing them, they've carried down. And it's a whole different animal. It's a whole different thing to deal with. And that's another factor that you've got to think about when you bowl a tournament like this.
You hope, obviously, both teams who will be on this pair will be watching the last match and how both teams played the lanes so they can have an idea, of course, where they plan to play and possibly, although it's almost impossible to predict depending on the pattern, but how possibly things may transition throughout.
Yeah, all of our championship pairs are going to be lanes 11 through 16, so they will be right here in front of us, as are all of our contender bracket finals.
I know you said it, Daniel. I just couldn't remember.
Yes.
As far as LU women varsity, and this is a contenders match. Is that correct?
These are all contenders finals. Yes, sir.
So McKendree getting the best of Lindenwood so far here. Those of you who may not know, these schools fairly close in proximity. Obviously, Lindenwood right here in St. Charles, half a mile away here down First Capital. But McKendree in Lebanon, actually, it might even be Lebanon. I've heard people pronounce that city various ways, but about a half hour, 45 minutes away, just beyond the Missouri border in Illinois, near Fairview Heights, Illinois, near St. Clair Bowl, where they host several tournaments, of course. So If I'm not mistaken, I think McKendree might even be hosting a tournament there, if I heard correctly earlier.
Now?
Not now.
Oh, okay. I was
no,
like,
later
what?
on.
Okay.
No. In the season.
Okay.
During the season, I'm talking.
Talking about the McKendree Baker Challenge. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that is correct.
That's a big tournament. A lot of the top teams go to because it's one of the last tournaments of the year, and it's all Baker. So it's a great warm up for nationals.
Yes.
So if you're in the area and you want to go see some great collegiate bowling, that's a great place to go.
And thank you for watching. As we appreciate you tuning in, we appreciate you calling us home for a few hours out of your day, and it definitely was our pleasure to be able to bring you the action live as well. Always an honor to watch some good bowling, and it's what we do.
Take a look now as we kind of go through the cameras. We'll tell you who you're going to be watching, recap that. On 9 and 10, you're going to see the women's varsity contenders final. Lindenwood women, they were the number 2 seed coming into today against Illinois. They were the number 5 seed. Lindenwood had the first round bye. They beat Lindenwood Belleville the second round of match play. They lost to McKendree not just about 10 minutes ago, and they are now in the contenders bracket bowling Illinois. Illinois was a 5 seed. They lost to Rock Valley in the opening round, and then they beat McKendree in the elimination round 3. They beat Indiana in the elimination round 4, and they are now in round 5. On lanes 13 and 14, you've got men's JV contender final. Lindenwood 2. Lindenwood 2, looking at my sheet here, they were the number 1 seed coming into today, and McKendree 2 beat them in the second. They beat McKendree 2 in the opening round, and then in the 4th round, Lindenwood 2 bowled Lindenwood 1. Lindenwood 1 advanced. They are waiting in the final. Lindenwood 2 goes to the losers bracket to bowl McKendree. Now McKendree 1, they were the number 2 seed. So you've actually got the number 1 and number 2 seeds of the JV men facing off in this contenders match. The McKendree number 2 seed, they lost to LU number 1 in the second round. And then the McKendree 1 beat Mobap, who was a man short. And then they beat Lindenwood Belleville last round, and now they've got LU 2. And finally, the men's varsity, Indiana and McKendree. McKendree came in as the number 2 seed to the tournament. They beat LU Belleville the first round. They lost to Indiana in the second round. They then moved to the contenders bracket. They beat Mobap. They beat Lindenwood. And now they're facing Indiana. Indiana came in as the number 6 seed. They beat Missouri Baptist the first round and then beat this McKendree team in the second round. And then Indiana lost to Illinois in the third round. So actually, Indiana's been sitting for about a half hour. So each player gets about 2 shots. You figure 1 shot per lane. The winner of this match will go on to face Illinois in the final.
That's part of the trouble as well when you're in the contenders bracket. There is a point where you will wait. And wait an entire match. Now, luckily for them, this was not a best of 7.
Oh, man.
They could have been waiting even longer. Again, all matches are best of 3. The best of 7 took place this morning during play-in action. It looks like all teams have completed their practice shots. Again, 8 practice shots total, I believe. McKendree kind of riding the momentum, facing an Indiana team who has had to wait it out to see who their opponent would be. Lindenwood women's varsity coming off a loss to McKendree. Again, not having to sit and dwell on a loss like that, they go right to their next match. Could be beneficial. And then in front of us here, we got JV action men's. LU, JV 1.
Just checking on my notes to see if anyone from the play-in rounds this morning was still alive, and no one is. So, and then that would be hard because if you were in the play-in, you were in the bottom portion of the tournament after yesterday, so you would have had a lot of great bowling to do to make your way this far into the tournament.
Bowling.
None of those teams are still around, as the men's teams to our right are now kind of huddled together, going through their pre-Baker match routine. The women's varsity contender match has already started down on 9 and 10. Lindenwood starts out with the first shot with a six count bucket on the right side, thrown by a left-hander. And she will pick up the spare. And first shot for Illinois goes crossover Brooklyn, but will carry the strike. On the men's side, Lindenwood JV starts out with the strike on lane 14. McKendry up now, left-hander. Hard and straight down the left side, flushes it, strike. Second shot for the LU women varsity. Darla goes up heavy on the head pin, leaves a 6-7 split. Illinois lining up to take their shot now.
Is this the first time that, no, beg your pardon, second time. So it's the first time that Lindenwood's varsity women have been on the feature pair, but they were on earlier, taking on Lindenwood Belleville on 9 and 10.
Illinois carries the swisher in the second frame. They start off with the double. Darla takes the single pin on that 6-7 split. Now Illinois with a trip 4-pin in the third frame. They've got a 3-bagger to start. We look down the line. McKendry JV opens up, strike spare. Lindenwood JV with the double. Stephanie Bergman now in lane 10. We talked about her. Victim of a couple knee surgery. She's back to bowling full time now. Comes up with a 3-10 split. Illinois misses the head pin right. 1-2-4-8 on the leave. Look down over on lane 16. A bowler for Indiana has left the 1-4-5-7-8-10. And he gets 5 of them.
Wow.
That's a solid 9 count in that frame. Stephanie Bergman with the 3-10 spare. McKendry now strikes in the third frame, struck 2 of the first 3 frames against Lindenwood JV men. JV men now looking at a 6 spare. Varsity men's action. McKendry carries a light strike to open up the game with the front 3 after IU goes 4-5 in the first frame.
I tell you what, McKendry. Looks like they're riding a lot of momentum. Looks like they're throwing it well, feeling confident and comfortable. And when you have both of those working, you're usually in good shape. That was a good spare you mentioned earlier back on the Illinois in the women's varsity action. They've started out with a 3-bagger 6 spare over on the Lindenwood's varsity squad.
Lindenwood varsity women have yet to throw a strike up there. Leave a 6-count bucket. She'll get 3 of them. Lindenwood looking to be down 41, just 4.5 frames into this match. LUJV kicking out the late week 10. A little flat off his hand, but he gets some love from the side kicker. 6 gets the 10, 10 falls, that's a strike. McKendry runs down the head pin, which is actually, if you think about it, he gets a corner pin. You spin the rack, the head pin's a corner pin. There you go.
How about that?
Mike Hallwey taught me that.
How about that?
Men's varsity action contender match. IU, after that 4-5 start, has went strike. Now they miss the head pin, leave 2. McKendry, as you mentioned, 3 strikes and a 9 spare.
They've all hit the pocket. Again, that 9 spare was a courtesy of a wrapped in. And there's a good shot.
The struggles continue for the LU women as Amanda Green in the 5th frame washes out and then kicks the head pin around the 10 on the spare attempt. That's just a bad break.
Good shot from Ronnie Fujita for the LU men JV2. And there's Darren Dunning again.
McKendree JV with the 310 spare. Lindenwood JV looking at 4 of the front 5. Former LU bowler E.J. Parks down there coaching that team.
And this is Jake Daggett, who was asked about earlier. Well, he got that one to come back from no man's land. Jake Daggett was asked about in the chat room.
Yes.
A couple of individuals from England. So there's Jake Daggett finally hitting the feature pair. We hope you're still on and watching.
The Lindenwood varsity women finally with their first strike of the game in the 6th frame. Crossover Brooklyn, but it still counts as a strike on the board. The Lindenwood JV men, 5 of the front 6. They are hot start, trying to jump out on McKendree. The Illinois women with an open in the 7th frame, now with a tricky 4 count spare in the 8th frame. Darla, good shot of her hand, strikes. Good double for Lindenwood.
Lindenwood is not out of that game yet.
Illinois opens again.
Back-to-back opens now for Illinois. 208 max going at the 188 pace. Lindenwood now with a double in the 6th, 7th frames.
McKendree varsity heavy on the head pin, 3-6-10. They have a 30-pin lead on the Indiana Hoosiers. Lindenwood JV picks up the 6-pin.
This will be big.
Bergman likes it. That was a good shot by Stephanie Bergman. Stuffed 9-pin. Illinois, another open as she chops the bucket.
Illinois began that match, or that game, game number 1.
Gangbusters.
3-bagger, 6-spare, 7-spare strike. Since then, 7-2, 6-1, 7-1. In the 10th frame goes Illinois. It'll be up to Christy Chipetta.
McKendree varsity men throw 5 of the first 6. They have now chopped a 3-6-10. IU working on a double here in the 7th.
There's a strike from Chipetta for Illinois.
LU JV with a comfortable 35-pin lead over McKendree JV for the men.
Ooh. Got the 7-9 to go. Wow. Ryan Patterson. High on the high flush. Is about as high flush as you can get. Just leaving the 7-9. So Chipetta struck for Illinois and on the first shot of the 10th, and now a spare.
Amanda Green looking at a double here to win the match, assuming that Chipetta does not throw a double herself. Shot of her hand, it looks left.
Looks left.
Way left. Misses the head pin, 7 count. The count really isn't going to matter in this situation. So Amanda Green, double to win.
Another situation here. She's been definitely been in this situation before and has come through time and time again for Lindenwood. Here's her first offering.
Heavy.
And that one is high, but if she carries.
6 to fall late.
Oh my. Oh my.
If she were bowling league, they may call that house bowler luck right there. But when it's your house, sometimes you're going to get the roll. Sometimes you're going to get the roll. Chipetta will run down the spare. Illinois shoots 176.
Chipetta, the junior at the University of Illinois.
McKendree JV now needed a couple strikes here at the end of the game to catch up to LU JV. They flagged the 10-pin. They're down 46 pins with 2 frames to go.
Majoring in actuarial science. Christy Chipetta. Here's Amanda Green. Has to have it here. Amanda Green.
She doubled it. Double dribbled it off her hand, didn't get the carry on the pin deck. Flat 7. Lindenwood JV men now run the 4 count spare. They hold a 36 pin lead. The max for McKendree is 196. And it won't matter. The LU JV men will take game 1 over McKendree. Illinois will take game 1 in the varsity women's contenders final. And we look down to our final contenders match, contenders final, Indiana and McKendree men. About a 20-pin difference there as IU steps up in the 9th. Runaway Brooklyn 5-pin. That will put them a solid 31 pins behind McKendree going into the 10th. IU can max out right now at 203. McKendree's looking to be in the 2 teens with a mark.
Great game bowled by Lindenwood's JV2 squad. I think this might be a favorable pair. After just watching all the action unfold from 9 through 16 here, we saw some pretty good games from some talented individuals. McKendree was here last, of course. Obviously, Lindenwood's varsity squad. What turned out to, or what initially seemed to be a struggle on this pair now has developed into something that looks favorable.
Ray Spink with the double in the 10th to solidify the victory in the game. The match isn't over. A spare here for McKendree in the 10th. That will seal that. Well, excuse me, McKendree varsity needs 3 pins here in this field ball for the men to get the game win over IU. Lindenwood women waste no time in game 2 down there. They open up with a strike. Illinois with a 4-pin high flush.
Well, IU made a run. There's a couple of open frames.
Darla comes out for Lindenwood with a strike in the 2nd. That gives them a double to open up. They saw what happened last game when they came out slow. They don't want to be back in that position. Jake Daggett opens up. Lindenwood JV men. Wrapped in on the first shot. Good shot. McKendree JV now misses left, way left, runaway Brooklyn 9-pin. The IU men still finishing up. They've got a sub in that anchor position. Try and maybe look for something different. And Jake runs down that single pin, as does the LU women over on lanes 9 and 10. Illinois shooting the 6-10. Ball checks early, misses it. An early open for Illinois, who started off the last game so strong. Again, all these matches are finals in the contenders bracket. The winners of each match will go on to face the team in their respective division who made it through the winners bracket. There's Lindenwood with a bit of a lucky carry there on lane 13. Not so much luck for the LU women down on lane 9. Varsity team as Stephanie Bergman goes up, leaves a 2-10. McKendree now on lane 14. Good shot by Ryan, comes up with the flat 10 though. And Bergman will safely take the 2-pin on that split. Illinois shooting a 2-5. And she gets it. 20-pin match down there for the women. LU JV men now, after opening with a wrap 10, have doubled. McKendree looking at 9 spare 9. First shot of game 2 for Indiana down on lane 15. Gets it a bit wide, 2-4-8-10. And Indiana lost game 2 with a couple opens in the middle. McKendree came out hot, throwing 5 of the first 6. LU men won game 1. He didn't like that at all. He got that way right. And when I say way right, I mean out the window. 4 count off the right. Meanwhile, back-to-back 9 spares on the board over there, Illinois and LU for the women's varsity. Ooh, first frame of the IU McKendree men's varsity contenders final. McKendree will chop the 3 off the 3-6. IU left that aforementioned 2-8-10. He'll take the 2 off. Lindenwood bowler gets 5 of the 6 that he left on the deck. McKendree with a tricky 1-3-8 spare to shoot here in the 3rd frame.
There's a good shot. JV, that's Ronnie Fujita. Three-hole bowler has been House and Johnstone, who shot 300 in yesterday's qualifying and seeding competition round.
And Darla down there for Lindenwood women's varsity has been very strong thus far. In this match, she's thrown 3 of the 4 shots for strikes when she's been up in that 2-7 hole. Now up is Sam. I believe she was a transfer to Lindenwood. Shot 289 yesterday, won the tournament, won the individual portion of the tournament. She'll throw a strike behind Darla's and double up as they look to take a 40 to 50 pin lead over Illinois.
They are down 1-0 to Illinois, and in control here, looking to even it up. Meanwhile, McKendree, shot's not looking great, but they're filling frames, which is the most important part in Baker play.
Yeah.
Bergman again, no 9-pin this time.
I can't tell you how many times I've watched a bowler's spare game keep him alive in a match. And that's exactly what the McKendree men are doing right now. They're making these spares, and eventually you're going to get it figured out. And as soon as we say that.
It's the old broadcaster's jinx there, Daniel.
They take the 3 off the 3-6.
You compliment that aspect, and that happens. Still a close match, though. And McKendree just now getting to the 5th frame. Illinois through the beak, but they get the pins to fall, so they'll gladly take that strike in the 8th frame.
I mean, I wouldn't give it back.
Absolutely not. That was Kate Lawrence, a freshman.
Man the green with a solid shot in the 10th. Put a 4-bagger up on the board. Lindenwood will take game 2 and tie it up 1-1 to go to a deciding game 3. The winner will go on to face the McKendree women for the varsity championship. The loser goes home. Whether it's going home back to St. Charles where we're at, or it's going home to Champaign, Illinois, that is where they will go.
Well, you don't want them to go home, though, do you?
I want them to go wherever they're comfortable.
I mean, Samantha's from Wyoming, Michigan.
Oh, well.
She's not trying to go home.
No, she's not trying to go home right now.
You know, I'm just saying. A lot of area flavor on this Lindenwood varsity squad. Of course, LU, one of the schools, and every school, of course, goes through and gets recruits from not only out of state, but not in the immediate area. Of course, nationwide recruiting, big part of college bowling. We mentioned it earlier, Texas, Pennsylvania, Florida, California, New York.
Illinois, Kentucky. Indiana men lost that first game to McKendree. You've got to have a sense of urgency, and they have come out this game open to start, and they almost flagged a 4-pin there in the 4th frame, but they do pick up the spare. McKendree hasn't really started off that hot either. They've started off open, spare, spare.
That was Howestone Johnstone who just struck on lane 13. We got a good look at the Englishman. In England, for that matter.
You talk about national recruiting, international. I mean, this, I can only speak for the Lindenwood team. That's what I'm the most knowledgeable about, but I know that they have, and next year we'll have bowlers representing Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, Colombia, Venezuela, possibly Canada. I mean, it's sick how far this reach. I think one of the first teams that really started going out in the last decade or so. Wichita, you saw a lot there,
Absolutely.
And then Weber International did it.
I absolutely as well. And Philip Meyer is having some trouble here, Daniel, with he's been wide a little bit, left that 4 count earlier, and now he leaves the 1-5.
We've seen that a couple times today. That's it looks so simple. You throw a strike shot, you're going to get it. But if you left it, you obviously didn't throw a strike shot to begin with. Kind of goes back to something that Doug Barker, he started the program at Bellarmine University. Something he always told me, or something that always made him mad, is he would say, yeah, so-and-so picked up the 8-10, and I say, well, Doug, that means he left it. He picked up a washout, it means you left it. So
there's a 3-6-10 pickup. He left it, but he made it.
If you clean up a mess, that means you made it.
All tied 1-1 between Illinois and Lindenwood Varsity Women's. 234 to 180 for LU. Game number 3. What a break there by Fujita. And speaking of that, Meyer missed that spare, missed the 1-5. He chopped it. So now a 7-pin attempt for Fujita. Again, McKendree just in the 8th frame. Most they can do here is 188 for LU.
Indiana and McKendree down there have combined to throw 1 strike in the first 11 frames of this game. That was 1 strike in the 5th by Indiana. They have come out open, 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 spare strike, single pin miss. McKendree open, spare, 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 split. Again, IU heavy on the head pin, 3-6-10.
Fujita makes the spare. Well, that's one of those games and matches where every little pin now is so important.
Yes.
That deep in the game, neither team striking. It's going to come down to who can put the most slashes on the board.
Right now, a strike here for the McKendree JV team means that the 10th frame only has to be a mark.
That one sounded bad. That's a 6-10.
You get used to certain acoustics when you're around bowling. When you're around any sport, I'm sure baseball players, they know when the ball comes off the bat, the way it sounds. Well, when you hear that clunk isn't good in bowling.
The clunk.
You know the worst sound is that thump.
Yeah, that's
when the ball goes past the single pin.
Hits the backdrop there, hits the screen. And
just like what just happened on that 6-10.
You got to stop saying that kind of stuff, man. You know what I'm saying?
And I've done that to McKendree twice now.
To the same individual?
No. Oh,
yes.
My gosh.
You should apologize.
Oh. Well, he's a little mad right now. And he's bigger than me. Lindenwood is going to take game 2. And they'll take the set. So the Lindenwood University men's JV team will go on to face the number 2 Lindenwood University men's JV team will go on to face the number 1 Lindenwood University JV men's team in the final on lanes 15 and 16.
Wow. That's we've talked about the highs and the lows for both or for various situations, of course. And you know, when you've missed a couple of spares in a game and kind of knowingly, as a bowler, as an individual, you take full responsibility.
Yeah.
Of course, the team will say, don't worry about it. You know, we bowled a team, you know, but deep down,
You know.
And that's tough. That's a tough feeling. And heart goes out to that guy.
IU cannot buy a break. A great shot thrown here in the 8th frame. Absolutely stuffs a 9-pin. Excuse me, in the 9th frame. They're going to be looking at a max of 152 on the spare here in the 9th. And McKendree still has the 9th frame to bowl. They're looking at a max of 199. McKendree won game 1. So it looks like they will go on to get revenge, as IU is the team that put them in the contenders bracket earlier in the day. They will, I would say it's safe to say they're going to win this game and go on to face Illinois for the men's varsity championship. All that's left to determine now is the women's varsity contenders final, Lindenwood and Illinois. A pretty even match so far. Lindenwood's come out spare, spare, spare. Illinois strike, spare, spare, strike, as you see on the graphic right now. A little wide, way wide on the LU women. Stephanie pitches that one out the window. Banks about 1.5. Luckily that gets back, washes out. A tough spare to convert. Illinois goes heavy through the face, leaves a 4-pin. Again, finals action awaits us. The finalists of the winner's bracket must win one best of 3. If you're coming from the loser's bracket, you must beat that team twice in a best of 3 setting. As Stephanie will take the 1-2 on the washout, leave the 10. Illinois will pick up the 4-pin. So 1 frame ahead, Illinois has a 16-pin lead on LU.
This is how Illinois kind of started their first game. They went 3-bagger, spare, spare, and open, open, open. Of course, it came down to the 10th frame. Amanda Green needed a double. She was unable to do so, but she is able to leave a 9-pin, unfortunately, here in the 5th. So let's see if how Illinois responds here. That one looks kind of left, but in the direction of the 1-3. She trips the 4 out.
Well, she's kind of like me, you know, not much hand, not much speed, so if you miss left, it's not going to hook.
That was Marissa Schroyer. Another freshman on the squad here of U of I from Geneva.
Amanda picks up a 9-pin again. They're only down 16. Of course, Illinois 1 frame ahead with a strike. Just a real quick update on that men's varsity. Indiana's going to finish up with a 137. McKendree with a 199 for that final.
Well, McKendree.
Again, Lindenwood, good shot. 6-pin by the lefty.
McKendree now battle tested.
Yes.
Here in the tournament.
And passing those tests for the most part with flying colors. Illinois with a tricky spare, knocks it down. And the look that this game has, if Illinois just tries to stay clean, Lindenwood hasn't struck yet. They would seriously have to right the ship. But if Illinois can stay clean, they've got this match won. They've got a berth in the women's varsity final. Crossover Brooklyn, 6-pin. Again, not leaving anything nasty up there. With the exception of 1 7 count, all of their leaves this game have been single pins. Now Darla steps up. She threw 3 of the first 4 that she bowled. This game she goes 9 spare in the 2nd frame. A strike here would go a long way to getting them started. Good shot, wrap 10. They cannot get any carry on that tricky lane 9. Illinois runs down the 6-pin. Again, you stay clean. I think they got this one. Lindenwood max out here is a 211. Illinois is staying clean into the 90s.
It's a battle here.
And that's asking a Lindenwood team to throw 4 in a row that hasn't thrown a strike in 7 frames. after shooting 220 on this lane last game. Good shot.
That'll work. Illinois in full control here, but it's not over. It's a big shot right here.
Another good shot by Lindenwood.
10 pin from Samantha Johnson. Wow. 4 9-counts consecutive.
All good shots.
There's that lane 9 again.
Yep. And sometimes there's just nothing you can do about it.
Good spare. Max is 200. Still in the ball game. It's up to the anchor player for University of Illinois, again, Christy Chapetta. Junior from Elmhurst, Illinois. And Stephanie Bergman will step up first in the 9th for Lindenwood. She's been in the hole all day, and in the hole again. He gets the carry.
Good shot. Good adjustment after that washout she left in the 4th frame.
This one could do it right here.
Little wide, little wide.
Well, here's the chance for LU.
Comes down to their All-American Junior Team USA member anchor.
Everybody watching this match. The only one taking place. Spare here important for Illinois.
Got it.
Knocks that one down. One at a time for Amanda Green. Here's the first offering.
I think it's good.
Ooh, gets the 10 late.
It was.
At this rate, Illinois, if they put a strike on the board, they'll finish with 198. Amanda will need one more strike and 9 for the win.
Count here could be important. It could determine what Amanda needs.
Ooh.
Gets all 10. Gets all 10 on the strike, 198.
That was big.
That is a great Baker game by Illinois right there. Clean, made all your spares.
That's the epitome.
Yes.
Fill frames, and you'll likely be in the hunt.
It looks good.
Looks decent. Ooh, high flush. You need 9. Need one more.
Strike, you win. 9, you win. 8, you tie. 7, you lose. Yeah, you get that big double. Sometimes the adrenaline goes down, and you've got to keep it up. You've got to keep it up because the moment that adrenaline goes down, maybe the ball speed comes up, maybe something happens. You've got to keep it up. You've got to keep that same level of shot making for a situation like this.
Needs 9.
It's good.
Yes, sir. She'll take 10, and they'll take a win. It's an All-American.
And Illinois,
that bowler right there.
There's nothing they can do. They put up a great game.
They bowl as well as you can get. The first strikes of the game for Lindenwood came in the 9th frame.
Yep.
They're 4 and 5 players. Bergman, Green, back 4 to win by 2. That's impressive.
That's phenomenal right there.
That's
I don't care if it's Lindenwood, Robert Morris, McKendry. That's great shot making. But now it comes down to you got it done in that round.